And we want to listen to it and dissect it because we're happy position. So you don't oppose when the thing not right for the masses of people or for the people in Jamaica. You know, if you oppose, you just oppose here. That don't make no sense. So before me go in at now go into the whole thing and make a dissect it. But I could have played a little part of what me attack.
Really unique style. My response to cases of injustice is not to get riled up and make a whole heap of noise or threats, manipulation and intimidation. That's not my disappointment of government. Take a place of reason, deep effectively, and commitment to deliver tangible results. It leads me to, and this is what accounts for my profession. It is also my recognized success as a top commercial lawyer. It is what counts for business. It is what counts as a legislator in this house and in this. It is what I bring to this half Jamaican people. Quality of life. Empty and bluster, those are not my style. Jamaican must know I have. And no matter how many trips around this country it takes for me to meet the people of Jamaica, you to learn about who I am and understand that I stand for you and with you, for me and our team to engage with you, we will do what questions I want you to agree with the things you want to do for you. I want to and meet your children to know the things that concern, because that is how we can plan on your behalf. And we move in the new direction. We must do it together.
You know, like a man just just because when you get up and make a bag of noise and thing and to some people when you vote and do what you can do anymore. This is what I want, this is what I ask her, you know. And them thing I ask her. And you for all people to account. That means them the bigger and better than you.
Big one who are viewing us from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. Welcome to this dissecting of the budget speech of the opposition leader. Based on one leader to you that Jamaican, because what he said in Parliament is the people of Jamaica. A leader who will sit down with you, reason with you. To what you listen to what and if you get in, try and make sure are being based on all of my program. And basically what he says, I think it's my Jamaica. And maybe Josh from is what you said in him. And who will stand up for the poor, a man who defend class makers. And I think that's what we have.
I'm just for sharing about what you.
What me here is state leadership, control of the facts. A man who is in control of his emotions. A man who's in control of the situation. A man who's not going to bluster, and carry on and blah, blah, blah. We're going to do this and blah, 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 you know, none of that. It was plain, straightforward. I mean, to the point, humble way that people find attractive. People find a say, listen, something wrong. Right? I need and right? And I'm here to serve you.
That want.
Right?
Look, you know.
And then you make point. The Prince guided me successfully. So business alternative this guide me. This won't guide me because coming from a position well
the other day, the other I'm going to the thing in our panel with the show our state for each and every Jamaica. The other day, Damien Crop and farmer minister in him, right? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Upon him place man call me and say, but Damien no so not talk to him and think me say no, look, we call him on a week. When him done do him thing they sit down at the park, go teach and then him leave up away him there. Me run there so that I tell me my work. I have no for them work at but them have unbelievable, you know, them have work yet. In the person that I tell if him have 10 goat, it can be much 100,000. If him have 20, it can bring him 1.2 million. He man know farmer doing work. That alone tell you the mindset. I will go and take a note. So, but what for make people in there I hear it too because you know we have speeches. The time the local this them just leave it one side. Yes. So
St. Andrews, so Mark Golding.
I rise today grateful for the opportunity by my state to stand with them, some of whom have taken me with us here today, including our councillors, our councillor candidates, and the members of our to my wife, my soulmate, my partner, my dearest friend, and the foundation of my support system, Sandra, I thank you. And I thank our children for their understanding and patience as I move forward daily to fulfill the charge of leadership. The people's not forward. My fellow elected representatives in this house, on both sides of and those in the upper house of this parliament, Thank you all for what you bring to this party to make a unique place that it is. Even if we get a little heated sometimes, at other times together, and that is we're at our best. In particular, I want to extend a hand fellowship to my colleagues on this side who have stood with me as we worked on justice, equal opportunity, and the rights and freedoms of all Jamaican people. These are the core values which our party holds dear to its very heart. I should also say a special word of thanks to the staff of Parliament who week in, week out, work hard and with expertise at the front. I must hail to the team at the office of the Leader of the Opposition, the team at our headquarters, and now after that, most of us want nothing more than to see our island grow, develop, and flourish. And our friend in as Jamaicans, and to live our best lives as independence as citizens of this remote, blessed with a spirit to evaluate the route in which our people are being taken of nation provides an appropriate juncture for again. How do we stay that our people seek and deserve? We make a place for lives to build their own needs of Madam Speaker, over 40 years have passed in which we have accepted the view that the role of the state is merely to facilitate the private sector as the engine of growth, who will then lead growth, and growth will trickle down. I suspect that most Jamaicans no longer accept that theory of development. We have to look around us and assess what is happening in our nation. We have to ask, what does the state of the nation have to do with the government that we have? Who is the government serving? It's serving the broad base of the people. With this government, in our view, the people's lives are not being treated as a priority. In particular, they're not doing what the most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller used to call balancing the books while balancing people's lives. I speak today from the premise that the role of government is to facilitate the people, all of people, and facilitate their potential for growth. When we look at the state of the nation and listen to the daily frustrations of the people, it is clear that the government is out of step with the people. We're still practicing trickle-down when the world is moving on. If people cannot feel the reform and the recovery that the finance minister has been celebrating, it simply means that we are not focused on the right things. Madam Speaker, the time has come to move our country in a new direction. We have closely scrutinized the budget projections presented by the Andrew Holden administration for the fiscal year 2023-2024. The budget tells you the priorities of the government, and I can see the change that is needed. We need to see the nation move to fair labor practices. broad access to the resources of the nation, to opportunity, to sustainable and good living. The government is not prioritizing the change that we need to see. It is not a budget for the people. It reflects the character and interests of those who this government primarily serves. Here are two examples, Madam Speaker. Why wouldn't the government find a way to extend the period for the public sector salary negotiations to continue to fruition and to allow the groups to make their measured, well-informed and transparent decisions on the government's wage offer, instead of being bullied and cajoled by take it or lose it? Why? And why is there no budget for the overdue constitutionally required local government elections? Why? This annual budget is a serious exercise. It has made me reflect on the role of leadership. Standing before you as leader of the opposition and president of the People's National Party is truly an awesome responsibility. I know that there are many relying on my voice to stand in the defense of the people and the democracy we believe in. The conditions of life that Jamaicans are suffering through today are very challenging and are intensifying. To face them requires leadership with the people's interests at heart. It requires leadership of good character to create a nation where we live good with each other. I will stand in defense of every Jamaican who is now languishing on a hospital bench or chair when they should be resting in a hospital bed. Every Jamaican who has to be making hard choices every morning between having breakfast or giving your children lunch money to go to school. Every student who is second-guessing the path they have chosen because they aren't confident that when they complete their education, they'll be able to find a meaningful job and to make a good quality of life for themselves. This budget should speak to those realities that are faced by real people with real lives, real families, and real hopes and dreams. The budget should be about building the Jamaican dream. But it is not at all. It is about more of the same when people want a new direction. So, Madam Speaker, where are we coming from? Last year, the Andrew Holness government came to the people with a budget that they said was meant to respond to the social and economic challenges left in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. They acknowledged the rising global interest rate environment and the supply chain disruptions due to the war between Russia and Ukraine being fought on the side of the ocean. Food costs were rising. Energy costs were increasing dramatically. The government tabled a budget of $912 billion a year ago. We on this side looked at the projections and knew that with the spike of inflation and the sharp increases in the cost of living, especially food, transport, and electricity costs, social support in the budget were inadequate. The weakened Jamaican economy coming out of the pandemic had not yet recovered the lost ground from the severe dislocation of COVID. Prices of basic necessities, food, electricity, transportation, medication, were rising above and beyond people's incomes, which were not moving. And with all that was happening in the world, and with the conditions that were being experienced by our people here in Jamaica, it was clear that the budget would not see the nation through what was going to be one of our most difficult years in modern history. As basic conditions of life worsened for most Jamaicans, with struggling to survive, we put our heads down, spent some time, and put in the work to double-check the numbers. And Madam Speaker, I stood right here in this very space and told the people that we would take another $40 billion, or about 2% of GDP, to get the people of Jamaica through this period of the society unraveling. I asked them, I begged them, implored them to make the appropriate adjustments to the budget. I said further that support of $40 billion for vulnerable Jamaicans would be needed to cushion the crisis. It could be financed by slowing the pace of debt reduction for that fiscal year. The usual voices jumped out. The budget crafters put their greatest strategic asset, their media apologists, into action. And the result? Gaslighting and pure chat. They spun and they spun. Called us every name in the book. They even tried to make us out as fiscally irresponsible when we're the ones who set the country on the right fiscal path to begin with. They rubbished our warnings, instead saying that if another $40 billion is added to the budget, the sky would fall in and the country would mash up. Well, we ignored the noise and watched the sale, continuing to advocate for more social support to cushion the crisis on the people. Well, Madam Speaker, last month, the Finance Minister, as is customary, tabled and presented the budget for this coming fiscal year. Then, for the first time ever, I think, in this country's history, he came back to the House after tabling the budget for the coming year to present a new set of supplementary estimates for the previous budget. So after he tabled the next budget, he was still adjusting the last one. History was indeed made in this House then. Even more than that, Madam Speaker, the supplementary estimates brought suddenly to this House by the government between tabling of the new budget and the budget debate for that one was a fourth. That sounds to me like fiscal confusion. 4 supplementary budgets. Yes, Madam Speaker, so here we are, 4 supplementary estimates later. Having started with an estimate of $912 billion for the 2022-23 fiscal year, the government ended the fiscal with a spend of $1.02 trillion. 1.02 trillion was the final budget for the year 22-23, fiscal year now ending. So last year's budget was actually the first $1 trillion budget in the history of Jamaica. Not this year. Not this year. Do you know what that means, Madam Speaker? It means that amidst all the bluster and the lies last year, much more could have been done and much earlier to ease the suffering of the Jamaican people. Choices were indeed made, but they failed to cushion the crisis. Oh no, Santa Claus now come to the ghetto. Oh no. But instead of using 40 billion out of the 95 billion in additional taxes that have been collected this year, instead of using that 40 billion to cushion the crisis as we proposed, the government has gone about frustrating and upsetting the Jamaican people. The public being pressured and bullied by the government to agree to the terms of this public instruction line, which many of them don't understand, where certain uncertainties abound, and where for many, it seems that they'll be worse off after all the additional tax is taken out of their pay. We even have a fireman on the top of the transport center in Halfway Tree protesting. We say, don't tell our police and other dedicated public servants, take it or lose it. That is disrespectful fear-mongering. The people of Western Jamaica are upset and frustrated by the debacle at Cornwall Regional Hospital. It has become the mother of all overruns of cost and all delays. The billion. It now stands at 14.1 billion and counting. And the facility has been unable to function normally for 6 years with no end in sight. The West deserves the best. No accountability for this monumental impotence from the government inflicted on the people of Western Jamaica. I move to the east. The people of St. Thomas and Portland are frustrated and opposed highway project has been implemented, leaving them to live in the terrible dust with respiratory ailments and other conditions, and to have to traverse miles and miles of terrible dug-up roads every day for 2 years and counting. Our brothers and sisters in the East are begging for a new direction. The high levels of fines under the new Road Traffic Act seems like the government is trying to extract out of an already struggling population. Doesn't the government know that pressure bust pipe? The amnesty for tickets and demerit points left many people feeling like and a month later, the responsible minister still hasn't fulfilled his promise to fix the child seat issue after the Jamaica Labour Party MPs voted down the bill that I prepared and brought here in less than a week to fix that problem. The whole transportation system needs a brand new direction. Madam Speaker, the investors in our emerging medicinal cannabis industry are frustrated and upset that the government is licensing the import of large quantities of surplus ganja from Canada to be imported and dumped on the local market. The brethren across the country want to be part of a new direction for the ganja industry. And why shouldn't they, the originators of it, who took the blame and bore the oppression, why shouldn't they be able to profit from the gains of that industry? Madam Speaker, many Jamaicans are frustrated and upset by the way this government treats vulnerable Jamaicans when it comes to land and housing, demolishing the homes of single mothers and running them off public land without making any provision to provide them with alternative shelter for them and their children. The disgrace of living infamy in this country. Many Jamaicans are shamed and frustrated and upset about the SSL scandal, where our national icon, Usain Bolt, was robbed of his retirement savings, while others were able to close their accounts before you know what hit the fan. The whole process was obscure. A new direction is needed, which must include transparency and equity. Many Jamaicans who believe in the democratic system of local government that is now enshrined in our constitution since 2015 are frustrated and upset by the government once again using its majority in parliament to subvert democracy by pushing through last-minute legislation to again put back the local government elections. Now 3 years overdue on totally spurious grounds because they are afraid to face the people. And what is worse, the government's fiscal policy paper says that, and what is worse, Madam Speaker, the government's fiscal policy paper says it is collecting $766 billion of taxes from the people for this coming fiscal year. $766 billion in taxes. That is $150 billion, or more than 24% than the $616 billion it collected in the prior year, 2022. $150 billion, over 24% more taxes are being collected this fiscal year than in the prior fiscal year. It is also 95 billion more than the 671 billion in taxes that was originally budgeted for this year. $95 billion more than they originally budgeted to collect. $95 billion in surplus taxes from the people this year over what was originally budgeted. It is worth noting that the government projects that it will collect $124 billion in taxes in the coming fiscal year. That is an increase in tax collections of over 34% over 2 fiscal years, from April 2022 to March 2024. 34% increase in taxes being collected in just 2 years. 34%. An increase of taxes of $208 billion from the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the massive increase in the amount of taxes collected from the people over the last 2 years brings to light just how hollow is the refrain, no new taxes, that have been bellowed in this house to the predictable but fundamentally empty beating of tables last week, Tuesday. The 34%, $208 billion increase in taxes over the past 2 fiscal years is significantly greater, nearly triple the accumulated inflation over the 2-year period, which is projected to be 12.3%, 7.1% in 22-23, and 5.2% in 23-24, totaling 12.3%. So we have 34% increase in taxes. Inflation is just 12.3% over that period. It comes as well in a period where people's standard of living is being ravaged by the cost of living increases. So the cost of living are bite the people and the taxes are suck out them blood. I know, when I thought about it, all I could think about was Lone Ranger with him song Barnabas Collins. Yeah. Suck out the blood of the people. Madam Speaker, these massive increases in taxes weren't limited to the last 2 years either. Madam Speaker, these massive increases in taxes weren't limited to the last 2 years either. If we look at the last 7 fiscal years, the tax take has increased from 24.4% of GDP, 24.4% of GDP, to 28.2% of GDP, placing Jamaica amongst the highest taxed countries in the world. And I have a graph that shows it, which when the speeches, his copies are distributed to you, can have a look on page 12 and 13. And if you want to think about it another way, to look at it from the perspective of an individual, then over the last 7 years of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, the tax take from every Jamaican 15 years and older has increased from 197,000 to 365,000, an increase of 85% over that period. This JLP administration is now extracting 168,000 more from the pockets of every Jamaican than when they first came to office. So, and when they come here with the Sanfai statement about no new taxes, you know what the real story is, Madam Speaker. And you know, Madam Speaker, since let's go and listen. Let's go.
Hold on. I just want to hold a minute. I just want to declare that I have been watching. And apart from the member to the speaker's right, left and right behind him, every other member on that side has been disturbing your speech. No. I have been watching. And I said every
Well,
other member.
The disturbance which I'm aware of is coming from the other side.
Well, I'm not surprised. Why am I?
Particularly aggravating this year was the ad valorem special consumption tax on gasoline, which was based on an average projected world oil price of $7.50 US for the year. The ad valorem gas tax is a percentage of the price of gas and other petroleum products on which it's charged. So that higher the oil price on the world market and the cost of oil to Jamaica, the higher the amount of tax that is charged on each liter of gas or other petroleum products. In last year's budget debate, when it was already apparent that the oil price would be much higher than $67.50, which had been budgeted, I called on the government to give motorists, transport operators, and electricity consumers a break on the ad valorem gas tax. The mechanism that I proposed was to cap the tax at the budgeted oil price of $67.50 US a barrel, so that the people would not suffer any additional tax if and when the oil price went over $67.50. And the fiscal targets would not be affected. Madam Speaker, I even went as far as to purge an order under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act, capping the gas tax on that basis. And I personally went to the Ministry of Finance to deliver the draft order to the minister. He wasn't there at the time. Well, I have never received a reply to the letter enclosing that draft order. And I have never heard a word from the minister on the gas tax cap. As it turned out, the average oil price over this fiscal year has been over $90 US, way above the $67.50 that was budgeted. And the government has benefited from billions of dollars of gas tax by refusing to cap the tax at the budgeted price of $67 US and 50 cents. The SCT on imports for the first 9 months of the year was $7.8 billion, or 18% above budget, which accords with my own projection as to how much the people would have saved if the cap had been put in place. Anyway, since you didn't listen to me last time, and it has bitten everyone in their algorithms, please.
The algorithm, they make me pause it quick. Come on, listen, you know. May I take note to man. Hey. See, man, the algorithm, I laugh.
Yeah, man, because if them document never say logarithm, tropical already.
But I want to stop, man. The algorithm, I laugh there.
Him know what the man refer. Him know what Mark refer to.
That
highfalutin speech. That highfalutin speech where nobody no understand. Not even him understand it.
That's some serious thing, man.
Look on the laugh on them face. You know.
You see, not only that, you know, they allow their permanent secretaries and their technocrats to write the speech and them just read over the speech. They don't put an input in the speech sometimes, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
You know.
Oh, so
that is what.
Oh.
So that is why
right. You never got to take it. Them shouldn't put it tonight. Eh?
No, but that was
algorithms.
Yeah, that was not speech. That was off the cuff response. They may have discussed it back at the ministry, but he wasn't reading a speech. It was not formal speech. He was trying to explain.
And yes.
Yeah, but so this and that.
Algorithm is a marketing tool. So if you watch a program on like the YouTube, where they send you another program to that, and if you go cross the third platform, it send you things to, you know. If you look for something to buy, if you look, it pop up everything when you're going on social media, it pop up.
Right.
Algorithm study your movements and thing, you know.
Right.
Continue.
Please, for the sake of the Jamaican people, listen this time. Time come for a new direction. We saw what you did when you said no new taxes. We know that it means much more taxes. It's just like telling us that the number of serious crimes is going down while we all watch in terror, the dastardly nature of crimes gets worse and worse. One of the things Jamaicans resent most is being taken for a fool. You think me an idiot?
The member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation.
The question before the House is that the member's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. One of the things Jamaicans resent most is being taken for a fool. You think me an idiot? Is a core question that this country has been asking the anger hole in this government in recent times. The disregard for our people heightens their anger and frustration. Disregard. Another example is the manner in which the new Road Traffic Act was rolled out. The police who enforce the new act have shared with us the total amount of traffic fines imposed and collected under the new law. And it has sent a signal to the population that the much higher traffic fines are less about road safety and more about collecting revenue, which is a wrong signal to dissent. And while I'm on this topic, where is the amendment to the regulations that we were promised on the 7th of February in this House, and we were told to get that week? Minister promised us that day when they blocked my bill that it would be ready that same week. We're still waiting. More than a month has passed those regulations. In the meantime, taxi operators have to operate with uncertainty as to their legal exposure in transporting children. Shame. The Jamaican people need a direction. How is the government deploying the massive amount of additional taxes that it's taking from the people? Instead of strengthening the safety net, which got strengthened with so much taxes coming out of the pockets of the people. Instead of strengthening the safety net and investing heavily in the developmental needs of the people, the government is intent on reducing the public debt at an even faster rate than is required by the fiscal rules. They are projecting to bring the public debt to below 60% of GDP by March 2027, which is a year earlier than the target. And that additional tax up front to get to that target a year earlier is a huge burden on the economy and the people of this country. It sounds good, but is it wise? Is it prudent? Why accelerate and bring forward the repayment of the debt when the society is under so much? People are losing hope for the future. The social fabric is unraveling rapidly with an ongoing daily diet of depraved murders and domestic violence. I should mention here, Madam Speaker, that the recovery from the economic shock of the pandemic was not in a meaningful sense. The nation's productive capacity has not grown since the pandemic struck in 2020. What has happened is that as social distancing ended and tourists returned to our island and business returned to normal, once again, we have been utilizing the existing productive capacity that existed when the pandemic started. We have essentially recovered to ground zero from the hole that we were in. And that hole was 11% of GDP. Our rate of recovery has been good, but in comparative terms, it's really nothing to crow. In 2022, for example, Barbados, St. Lucia, and the Bahamas, each of those which have progressive governments in charge, recovered their GDP at faster rates than Jamaica. They grew at 10.5%, 9.1%, and 8% respectively in 2022 versus Jamaica's 5.1%. So I don't think we should be treating our recovery as something extra special. It really is not. The better and more sustainable strategy that we need to employ is to invest heavily in our people now. Now. Through better education and training, better health care, land and housing for those who are excluded under the current system. Investing in our people is the only way that our national productivity will increase. Our economy can grow rapidly and in an inclusive way. Our people can generate and the raging crime monster can be tamed, even as we steadily reduce the public debt to the targeted level of 60% of GDP. Jamaica cannot afford as we are going now. People are fed up. Those who can migrate are doing so, whether it is nurses and teachers who have been leaving at alarming rates, or others who have become asylum seekers crossing the Mexico-US border. Police and soldiers we hear fighting in the streets. Bandits breaking into ATM machine. The corner shop and the community bar are no longer safe places to hold our vibes. Not even the armed guards in an armored courier service are safe in today's Jamaica. Society is unraveling under this government. Disorder is the new order. Government badness run with good governance. There is despair instead of repair. Aggression and violence instead of love and care. Time come for a change. A change in the way we do things and a change in our priorities. What is in effect now is not working. Jamaica must address the deep challenges that have to be confronted and overcome if we are to achieve the full potential of this. That is the Jamaican dream. Time comes for a new direction, and that new direction that we will take the country on must address the concerns about two specific weight-bearing structures: taxation and recovery and growth. Madam Speaker, I want to look first at the painfully slow rate of the Jamaican over the last 7 years. When this government took over in 2016, the debt to GDP was down to approximately 115%, and there was a fiscal surplus of 0.6% of GDP. The current account deficit was only 2% of GDP. Inflation was 10% of our economy. What all that means is that they got a good wicket to bat on. Certainly good enough to give them the confidence to say that they could achieve 5% annual growth of the economy by the end of 4 years. That 5 in 4 promise, of course, turned into a pipe dream. Meaningful GDP growth has proved elusive. The average rate of real GDP growth for the 4 fiscal years from 2016-17 through to 19-20 was negligible, just 1% per annum. And in fact, in the 4th year of the 5 in 4 period, there was negative growth of 0.1% for the calendar year. That 4-year period of very low growth performance was before the pandemic hit, with GDP due to that shock by 11%. And that is from where we have now recovered, we are told, by the Minister of Finance, to where we were before COVID hit. When the Finance Minister speaks of rapid growth, he's really speaking about the rate of recovery of the economy, as I've said, climbing out of the hole. And I would argue that the dramatic slump in mid-2020 was very different to the deep and prolonged structural challenges that have caused GDP collapses in the past. He has been comparing the recovery and quick worldwide. But the truth is that the nature of this pandemic, it was a disease that caused a cessation of activity, a severe cessation of activity. The disease has been conquered, activity has returned. Very different to past structural challenges which undermine GDP through various shocks, whether it be weather shocks or oil price, prolonged oil price shocks, and so on. Madam Speaker, we are going in the wrong direction, and about 54% of Jamaicans have said so. And this can only mean one thing: time come for a new direction. Having recovered, Madam Speaker, back to the 2019 levels of economic output, Jamaica once again faces the challenge now, going forward, of achieving meaningful levels of economic growth. The outlook is not pretty. The government's economic strategy is failing to generate meaningful growth. Despite all the reforms and sacrifices to improve the fiscal management of the country over the past 10 years, the government's own fiscal policy paper, which was tabled with the budget this year, projects an annual average growth rate of a mere 1.175% per year for the next 4 years, even after recovering from the pandemic. 1.175% and average annual growth over 4. That's what. In fact, it shows growth slowing down over the next 4 years, from 1.6% in the coming year to just 1% in the last 2 years of the next 4-year period, ending in March 2027. This slow rate of growth will impair the ability to make much needed investments in our people, to make the nation's human capital more productive, so that higher rates of economic growth can be achieved. It is because we have taken the wrong direction that we're in it's like a catch-22 situation. Low growth means less money for investment in uplifting our people. But unless we invest in uplifting our people, we will never achieve meaningful and sustained levels of economic growth, which I...
And no, let me tell you this now, Ratty and Jeff. Well, me just listen back, like me I go back to my days, I'm on the days when I listen to some things where it really makes sense. Yeah? And that me I hear, you know, where you hear, where you hear. Turn on your mic, turn up your mic.
But may I hear?
Yes.
Right now, may I hear logic? May I hear sense? May I hear a message that people can understand, can grasp? When somebody tell you that no new taxes, but then you look on how them get the surplus if no new taxes, and everything will go up, right? Because what happens is that it's unseen taxes, because when the prices go up, the GCT is a percentage of the increase.
Yes.
Right? So you're going to pay more taxes, but you don't
the value. Yeah. Because not they are balanced. And the private sector mash up the country yeah, by importing things. Put straight on the dollar, and you know say.
Yeah, and then it expose the idea that this is the first $1 trillion budget. When they said no, you had supplements, you had a budget of 900 billion. Oh. Yeah, and then you had supplements to it that took it over $1 trillion, right? And you know, I mean, all of the little financial tricks, you know, what them do, like the 3 card one or the shell with the thing underneath it. Him expose it right now. There's a program one time, you know, you can still see it on YouTube where them expose the magician's trick and the guy wear black and expose. And that's what this man I do. Him expose them and say, but if I can hide, I do it. Him right out, not open. And I said, why? So what I do, yeah? And them sit down in your, because what them try to do is trick the people, and them try, and again them try use all kind of fancy language and things like that. But here is a man, a politician, who's doing it in a very determined, a very deliberate, and very simple terms that anybody can understand what he must say. Anybody. So I'm about to take a whole notes about me. Wait till when you finish.
When you finish, yes,
over.
Jeffrey.
You know, listening to him, I sort of wanna agree with what the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, former Member of Parliament for Central St. James, Libby Smith said, who is a former PNP member. And I hope you can hear what he said on the thing here.
You're playing it? No, it low. Just repeat it for us. Because it low, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Jeff.
Are you hearing it?
No. Just tell us, man, and then we play it after. Tell us.
Okay. What he's really saying is this, that Mr. Golding's speech was an election speech. He has his eyes on the election. You know, and to be honest, maybe that's what the opposition leader have his eyes on election, because it's an election year in a sense. And based on the polls, you know.
Yeah, but those not an election speech, because election now called till 2025. So that's what I talk to you, because real election, the general election 2025, general election put off till next year. So in Ghana, something else. Yes.
Hold on, Wayne. The election maybe next year, you know, but the election
but it's June 2025. So
yes,
yes.
No, hold on, Wayne. You're drifting from the thing, you know. The election is constitutionally due now.
Oh, you're talking the local government.
So that means he can still call it, you know.
Me not talk the local government, you know. Me talk
I know local government election, yes.
That's you, but remember, saying put it off and him now.
But still can call it.
Yeah, so we never want to go in a that. So we never go through like, yes, it's them all time man, whether you say that and them come up with. Me not know them. You want a different thing in a Jamaica, and you want a man account like how him come and talk no more. We use word for people to account. Him go up an election. Me know say them put off the election, and me know say next year local government.
No.
But that year to him as a prime minister 2025 that for card. So me never want to go in that.
Based on what he's saying,
yes,
that because of the hardship, the hardship that Jamaicans face, it prompted Mr. Golding to write a speech, in a sense pertaining to the hardship, but in a sense it's pertaining to an election that is being geared up, in a sense.
Yeah, but as Mr. Before understand, me not listen to them commentator that we have our own thing. I talk to you as you. We don't want to listen to them. They're old fashioned and them are punk. Not for them. Whether PMP or GLP, them are punk. So me want, as because we are the different face right now what the human rights activists work for the people of Jamaica. Yeah? So me don't want to them. Because them from over the years when we hear them get so much thing wrong with the PMP or GLP, them for the school. Some of them are punk. And me like that. You understand what I'm saying? So me not quote them.
Come on.
You want to quote him like the prime minister when him talk to him word and make a bag of nice. Then me can't hold him to it. So come in and say, okay, but you did say this, but you never this. So me I listen him, that's why me I talk to you as me no want.
Okay, well, for me, listen to his speech yesterday.
Yes.
And listen to it again. This is the best of Mark Golding I've ever seen.
That's okay.
This is the best of Mark Golding I've ever seen. And he touched on some vital points. He touched on the Clifton land. He touched on the SSL saga. And to me, that is thing that needs to be fought by both political actors, especially the whole thing with the SSL saga. It has to be spoken about because they want to sweep it under the carpet, and we can't allow them to sweep it under the carpet.
No. And the hardship of the people. So all right. This is why I'm not going to some people thing, because you have the opposition leader, and like him just say, I don't make nice. I have to talk responsibly. You have responsible leaders, opposition. Me rather listen to a responsible opposition leader more than one who just make nice. That's why I'm saying like gaslighting. I played first. Me now go listen to some other guy where did part a party or something. I might have
but sometimes Wayne, for us to have a constructive, in a sense, we have a constructive conversation, you know. But for us to have a conversation in a sense wherein you have to hear other people's views.
No,
and
I hear them views, you know.
Hold on, Wayne.
Yes.
Hold on, Wayne. I think Lloyd B. Smith, who is a former Speaker of the House under the PNP administration.
Yes.
He still sits on the PNP whatever board or whatever they want to call it. So when he comes out and he said that part of the speech is an election speech sense. So I understand where you're coming from.
All right, so I'm ask something. Hold on, why am I not them and give them the proper? I'm gonna call them personally. So if you are gonna make a speech, I'm gonna make a speech, because we always make them same speech. This is what we are talking about them, you know, every day, you know. And the people them what them are oppressed. We now do elections. So what them are there? Election speech I make now. So when them expect the opposition to come to agree with the government and say yes, go with the trial and everything all right with the people and them thing there. Him have to talk the truth. Stephen talk the truth, it's gonna be an election speech.
No, Wayne.
Yes.
I think you're drifting.
Part of it. No, but me gonna say why him that use the word like that. Because we want an opposition where as me in my view, you want the opposition come out, come speak.
Wayne.
Yes.
Hold on. The PNP is leading in the polls.
Yes.
All right. And I think because the PNP is leading in the polls, and based on all what Mr. Golding is saying, and say, well, you know, it's an election speech in a sense.
Yeah, but you see, that's why I know some man know that some things, you know, my brother. Me know that's talk. Understand? When expect the opposition to come and say, either because we hold him accountable to what I'm saying, no? Because your government in waiting. So same like where Andrew did come and say that night, this and that and thing, him say, okay, we're not at night. This is the people that must suffer. All right. If him, that's why I'm not giving the props, the one with the star. If me ask say the people that must suffer, don't the taxes gone up, don't SSL there, don't everything where my talk to the people and it pressure the people for you, the way my type on. I'm gonna finish listening this. You understand what I'm saying, Ratty?
Yeah, some people are right to me, and I'll make some comments. Here's all the speech. The speech as, and if you look at it, the speech is a direct comment on the finance minister's speech.
Yes.
You must say, these are the things that you came in last week and you talk about. And so I'm going to respond to. So,
and these are the reality.
Yeah, and so the idea of it being, and I understand where Jeff come from, but
yes,
but here's the thing: nobody knows when the election is going to be called. They can't call, and just like how them put it, the local elections, like how them put it for what, 4, 5, 6 years or whatever. They can't do it again till time for the general.
And then the general at 2025. So yes.
Right, sometimes. So to me, it's kind of early to kind of put a projection and say, well, this is an election speech. Because and not only that, him knows that they will not call an election now based on the polls. They will not call one right now.
All right, so that is it. So when but him have to answer to where because I remember, you know, the finance minister want the thing to look nice and gloomy, but people are suffer. It's like a man say, when you look, you can't buy rice and flour and chicken, but a man say, well, this nice and you could get the first $1 million, but $1 trillion, but it's
I mean, like I said, somebody might
look at it.
Yeah, somebody might look at it and say, well, then it sounds like an election speech or something like. But I'm looking at it is saying that he's responding to what was said last week.
Thank you.
Before. He's
So
not
I'm
responding.
correct him
And I
too.
go point by point, you know.
Point by point. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
point out everything what the man say. But that's why I say we know too, we think with a different kind of me not listen. Well, I used to listen to them for decades. And commentators, I said so something with them say them now. Them not kind of dash because them don't know what they say, them just come up with something. If you say something, like or somebody might have come and say boom boom and me the pan just start talk and me the youth them talk, and when they don't talk, me just say two things and the two be sure them I say. Because it never make no sense. You have say no new taxes, but yet still the thing raise and the money, the value and everything go up. So you get a bigger taxes off of it. You make more.
You see, Wayne? The government keep on lying to the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
But that means that there's no new taxes when there's absolutely new taxes in a sense.
Of course.
But the normal people in Waterhouse, Ream and Jungle, we say, see there? No new tax.
You can't buy a bread.
Why you laughing at Mr. Rattigan?
How much you have bread, brother? No, answer no. How much you have? All right. Bread, Andrew, you come in, bread was $150. And you say, okay, I'm going to make it better for now. And everybody this and that. How much you have bread now? Some people know them tell us $450, some say $500. So if you have $150, oh, you buy. When you buy a piece of toothpaste for $30 better than $5. Or that one egg for $60 and $50. And you say no new taxes, and you come and but you reach $1 trillion. Oh, you can get the $1 trillion. When you work it out, trillion, 1 trillion. And you say the first budget, but you correct, and I say no. And the second one, this. Tell the people them the truth. And that me a listening, you know. Because him come and talk, so him a on-site box. People them as a fire.
All right, looking for this.
Yes.
The Minister of Finance said that there will be no taxes and jackasses that is coming into the country.
Yes.
What he did not tell the people of Jamaica, that most of the parliamentarians own the horses that are coming in. And what he did not say to the people of Jamaica, I heard a friend of mine and I said,
yes,
you know, that if they the tablets of taxes, the teachers them listen, and I'm like, what the hell is my friend really saying? If the teachers want to go behind and get the tablets them, it's no matter of availing taxes or whatever. If they're taking off taxes off jackasses or running around Cayman and Spark,
if you take it off of the tablet, then
take off it. What are the teachers they want to go behind? Yes or no? Take it off.
But the guy white, them shouldn't even have to go behind. You know, say it's a digital age now, and you want the people them. Remember, you know, you want to move out of the paper thing and the people online, the world intertwined. So when them come and do these things, what them do, them hurt what people more. And you tell me it's a 2030 vision. So when you see it, all right, it could be, you see well like that me never want to call him name, but can you imagine when a finance minister come give some sweet talk? It could be a sweet talk for them, a prepare for them own election. But you have an opposition could have come and say no, but keep it truth and truthful. We not make nice. You say this, but this and that, and it can equal this and that. So when they point it out, them have to go back to the board and go draft again. Let's continue. Where's Serati before we continue?
Up there. Yeah. No, Jeffrey started off by saying these are the best himself, Mark Golding.
Yes.
I've seen him before, and I agree with Jeffrey. I agree with Jeffrey because I've seen him before, and I don't know, maybe it was the audience, but and I was going to ask Jeffrey when he says the best Mark Golding, was he referring to him as
like him
as
coming
best?
himself now as a
leader? I remember
he never ended up hot spot this.
Right.
So Jeffrey.
One if you mean presentation or substance or style or whatever.
Let me say it. And I'm not gonna big up ourselves, but I want to big up ourselves in a sense.
Yes.
I believe since Mr. Golding start listening to this program and other programs, and since we're looking out against certain things going on in the country, this is the best I've seen him. In a sense where he goes around to the country and he meets and greets.
That a man the style, you know.
At one point, he was trying to talk like a Jamaican, a patois. He is a Jamaican.
Yeah, Jamaican.
But go to the people normally. Don't go to the people by going on as if you're talking down to them. And that's what he was doing at one point. But somebody may have spoke to him. I don't know if it's his darling wife or who has spoken to him. No, you have a Mark Golding who's going around the country greeting the people, the normal people, the grassroots people. And he's down there. He's speaking the same English that normal some of us speak. He may go to the patois sometimes or whatever.
Yeah. I'm playing
and when I say this is the best I've seen him in a sense of giving both the budget speech, going around the country, speaking to people, going on social media, speaking to other people and other platforms and so forth. He never used to do that. And that is why I'm saying this now. Yeah. That's what the General Secretary should be doing too.
All right.
The General Secretary of the People's National Party should be going around speaking to people on social media, gaining the traction from people. Don't sit down and be arrogant.
All right.
No, and you see, we are talking about also one of the things that we talk about a while back was presentation, your presence, how you dress.
Yes.
Because people used to say, boy, Mark dress sloppy and thing. So we are tell Mark, say, we were three piece one at a time, but him forget to put the pocket thing right there, so you know.
Yes.
And him forget to put in the little gold watch with the gold chain. Yeah, you need to do that next time you come on, Mark. You need to have on since you have on the vest now, you need to have on the little gold chain around now from the pocket come to the button. You see what I mean? And then when you talk, you just go so sideways and cock it off. So like Norman man used to do it. So you just go so them can see where I want. Say, you're there. But it's a good start.
It's a good start. Because I tell you, you have to reachable to me. That means if me take up my phone and call you, answer me, you can't me. Kind of people, all right. You know, some people send something to me and show you music in a big way. But you know, be all right. And when you talk to me, like me answer them, like somebody else said, I can't believe you answer me. I say, yeah, man, I answer you, man. So I see a thing I come in and I do not answer you. And them can't talk to me good and like them. I say, because where are you, man? So when them come over, answer them, I'm going to deal with them that way there. And then we go in and get to, you know, so we're on a boat same way. Come here, bad chef, you know. Remember them can't say nobody for cook and poison me, you know, Jeff. Come here, go cook yourself. They go cook and make the people, them, yeah, man, come here, bad chef. Because them want to poison me, you can't want to go to now. Remember the man in the wilderness, them just sit down and say, oh, we get rid of him, because we can't give no liquor and junk him and throw nothing in night, you know. Them man don't need blue pill and them man have to.
You know something, Rocky?
Yeah.
I don't like to wear suits. People say I look good in suits and everything, but I don't like wearing suits.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe Mr. Golding never want the whole three-piece suit. Maybe his wife was saying, sweetheart, put it on.
You know, and you have to move it. You have to move it.
I understand what you're saying. It's classic and it's looking good, yeah.
Yeah, but you see what happens is that as a prime minister in waiting, or as a politician of accomplishment, right? You have to dress the part, because remember, you know, sometimes you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And you see what happens is that people say, "Oh, him look sloppy, clothes don't fit him fine," and then a mark of money can't do it. So me I said to Mark now.
But you see, this is what me I tell the people now, watch and look.
No.
All right, when I'm going to say something to you now, when nice to them me I talk to. You see, sometimes people, all right, you see, I get to people, when we look at the movie star them, sometimes them have on jeans and things, even the richest that man them in the world, sometimes them not wear, we might have put on one ring or something, them not wear nothing, you know, in a t-shirt. But tell me what, them have the bag of billions. Jamaica not see them money. But when you see them you know, some little simple thing, most them wear them suit when they're ready, you know.
Yeah, but hold on.
Them just go out simple.
Yeah. But you say, but what we are talking about,
yes.
Yeah, we are talking about events, venues, we are talking about. When you see them same people at the Oscars and things like that, they dress up and So when I said to Mark, dress down when you meet the people and things like that. But when you come to Parliament now, and the whole world are focused on you. You know, you have to have some slim fitting suit.
Well,
You know, you say, yeah, man, some slim fitting suit and things will make
But
you
when
look
am I going
nice.
to the people, them down there, about that thing too?
Yeah, you're not wearing no
Dress
suit.
like them.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Them
know,
welcome you more.
You know, Wayne and Ratty. You see, if I'm traveling, I have on a jeans, a dress shirt,
That's the pass my wear.
and a what do they call it? A sports jacket. That's what I wear. When did Jamaica, that's what I wear. That's what I wear. A friend of mine who I used to be dating said to me, said, Jeff, come on, man. Your parents, you're who politics for you, whatever. Don't dress that way. But that is how I normally dress. If I find myself put on a shorts, a polo shirt, and a slippers and went through the airport with it. And when I did it, I went through hell.
Why?
I don't know why. And I put on the blazer now. I went through as if I'm some bloody diplomat.
Well, me do it already, you know, so me not, you know. So
I
we
don't
continue here somewhere the goodies here, so we can continue.
I would say means anything from 3 to 5% and up. As the Shadow Minister of Finance eruditely illustrated last Thursday, Jamaica needs to escape from the low-wage, low-tech model of development that the government is pursuing. The outcomes of which are low productivity and low economic growth. Repressed wages lead to repressive government. Even if they deny it, it is manifest for all to see in the social unraveling around us. A major difference between the PNP and JLP strategies is that we prioritize investment in human capital through education, training, and programs to get youth at risk back on track, while this government is prioritizing building a brand new parliament for us politicians to make speeches in. Meanwhile, expenditure on education, or I should say on the delivery of instruction, i.e. teaching at pre-primary, primary, and secondary schools has declined in real terms over the past 6 years. The $73.7 billion tabled in the budget for the upcoming fiscal year for delivery of instruction, i.e. teaching, is equivalent in real terms to just $50.4 billion in 2016-17 due to the 46% accumulated inflation since then. And that is actually less than the $51.2 billion that was spent on delivery of instruction in 2016-17. It has declined by 1.6% in real terms over the period. This is a shock when you think that fiscal space has expanded so dramatically that the real expenditure on delivery of instruction and teaching has actually declined. The decline primarily reflects the reduction on delivery of instruction, i.e. teaching at the primary education level, which is 9.4% decline in real terms over that period. So while the information minister has been complaining about dunceness in dancehall music, his government has been reducing the investment required in education at primary schools. And this government has yet to outline any effective measures to address the 2 years of serious learning loss because of COVID and the school lockdown for that 2-year period. Madam Speaker, the government clearly does not value education. To move Jamaica forward, we need to change priorities and put the people first. Invest in the Jamaican people to build Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister had an interesting section of his presentation last Tuesday in which he waxed eloquently on the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey. Much of what he said on Garvey, I agree with. Building and reinforcing self-belief, self-confidence, and self-love in our people is essential to national development. Given our brutal past of slavery and colonialism, which has done so much long-term damage, Marcus Garvey is a national treasure whose message to the world is a powerful tool for achieving personal and national greatness in a country where the vast majority of us are of African descent. However, where Nigel and I part company is how to give expression to the power of Marcus's greatness. Putting his face on a $100 bill, as much as we support it, really won't move the needle. In fact, I have to ask, how can the government really dare to use the image and name of Marcus when we see them mashing down people's homes, dashing the home dreams of a pure young woman, hold receipts for payment for the land, locking up thousands and thousands of youths who have never been charged under states of emergency, sitting back while state agents cut off the locks of a young girl, a young woman held in police lockups to shame and tame her, and nothing done to commit the wrongs against her. So many premature newborns have died in public hospitals due to a failure to maintain basic hygiene standards. And until this day, there's been no accountability to the grieving parents.
Yes, yeah, man. Let me just rewind the part there about the ear. Hold on there. I go too far. Let me just hear the part there again.
Education at primary schools. And this government has yet to outline any effective measures to address the 2 years of serious learning loss because of COVID and the school lockdown for that 2-year period. Madam Speaker, the government clearly does not value education. To move Jamaica forward, we need to change priorities and put the people first. Invest in the Jamaican people to build Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister had an interesting section of his presentation last Tuesday, in which he waxed eloquently on the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey. Much of what he said on Garvey, I agree with. Building and reinforcing self-belief, self-confidence, and self-love in our people is essential to national development. Given our brutal past of slavery and colonialism, which has done so much long-term damage, Marcus Garvey is a national treasure whose message to the world is a powerful tool for achieving personal and national greatness in a country where the vast majority of us are of African descent. However, where Nigel and I part company is on how to give expression to the power of Marcus's greatness. Putting his face on a $100 bill, as much as we support it, really won't move the needle. In fact, I have to ask, how can the government really dare to use the image and name of Marcus when we see them mashing down people's homes, dashing the hopes and dreams of a pure young woman who says she holds receipts for payment for the land, locking up thousands and thousands of youths who have never been charged under states of emergency, sitting back while state agents cut off the locks of a young girl, a young woman held in police lockups to shame and tame her, and nothing done to commit the wrongs against her.
Wayne, pause that part.
So many.
Yes.
You know something. Good afternoon once again, or good evening.
Yes.
You know something. We sit down in this country, and this is the only political party, I should have said the only government realize, that have infringed on the fundamental rights of the Jamaican people. And nothing comes out of it. They cut Engineer Singh here off.
Yes.
They went to Clifton. The bulldozer down poor people house in Clifton. The Prime Minister went to the Parliament of Jamaica, the People's Parliament, to justify the cause of going on to Clifton land. He's the one who sent out the members of the JDF as the Minister of Defense. He sent out the police to bulldozer down poor people land in this country. And he's still sitting in the House of Parliament. And the Prime Minister didn't come back and tell the people of Jamaica. Because we keep on asking the question. You tell the people of Jamaica that is a Klansman gang selling lands in Clifton. And we're asking you the question, is it that the principal who got locked up, is it that she's a part of the Klansman gang? You says nothing about it. And we have a governor general in this country who the king put here to speak up for the people of this country. And what he does, he's a lucky boy for the people. The governor general of Jamaica is a lucky boy for Andrew Holness. And all we can get in this country is these politicians disrespect the people of this country. Until now, that young lady get no justification for what happened. Nothing.
But Jeffrey, not under that. When the police commissioner said, "Oh, we gonna take that we take it over," then him turn it over to dog without teeth. That name Indicom, right? And then the DPP Indicom said them Indigo said them turn it to DPP. Then she said the young girl lie. Remember, you know, that same DPP, the Prime Minister, keep her on, you know. Want her to do extend her time, you know. So you see nothing where done this if you know want to move the yes, them for do film bidding and deeds. A country run so. It cannot. Where's Ratty?
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with what Jan Jeffrey said. I mean, if you go back to the Clifton debacle, if you recall what the Prime Minister said, and also the timing, because this happened right after they seized the coke over in Baskerville.
Yes.
And people started asking questions. And then all of a sudden in Parliament, he announced that the following day they were going to demolish homes and move people, because he said that it was encouraging criminal activity and criminals, that neighborhood. And then when he mashed up the house, him come and say, I remember him saying to the people, no, you guys are decent, hardworking Jamaicans, and I know you want your house to look nice and thing, and that's why I'm going to build 70,000 houses and give you. Him switch from saying them are criminals, you know, to some of them are hardworking people. But here's what happened. When you talk about having a responsible government, if it decided that it was going to move people off of government lands and give them safe and up to date standardized housing, what would the government do? First thing the government would do is give notice.
First.
Well, no, give notice. Say, look,
yes,
6 months from now, we're going to come in and move, and then you would have alternative housing for the people while you move them. When you move them off of the land, you'd have places to put them. The question somebody should ask him is that all of the women them where they own, the woman where they own from the neighborhood, the day after it happened or the day it happened, you check Pioneer them and find out where they live now. Where are those people living? You know them live? They live with relatives and friends, and maybe some of them even the on street. This is how heartless the government is, led by this man. Because the first thing you do when you're going to demolish people's houses is that you give them notice. Say, listen, we're going to come in. Second thing is you say, listen, we're going to come in. We're going to move in so they can stay over here. You make arrangements for people. Good. But you come and you just lick down everything and then that's it. Ask them, where are those people now?
You see him send send swords and everything, and have so you don't think so okay, they're a real criminal or a gang, and him's a clansman.
How much criminal them catch? How much criminal them catch?
One clansman gang. I'm principal where down a film school in a female. Not even from somewhere else, you know.
Right.
She country man.
It's
not alone. Oh man, asthmatic.
No, but not only that. Not only that, yes. Gentlemen. Not only that. He went to the parliament, and then his misinformation minister,
yes,
who goes around and lies to the people of this country. Somebody said to me that there was some notice put up. Yes, the notice was put up. But if you care for the people, you're going to the community and say, okay, I'm going to have a meeting with them. Sit down and talk to them. You wait until the people are gone to work. Then you're bulldozing on their property.
But Jeffrey, this is a life-changing decision for people, you know. Housing is a life-changing decision No, you can't give them 2 weeks notice or whatever.
No.
You have to give the people extended notice and say, look, we're coming in on this day. What me I talk about is give them like about 6 months notice. Because the land now runway now. The land now runway and the people have done it for years and years. It's not runway.
Ratty, as a concerned government, either do, if you lose this, but what either do, you just say, okay, we could build, we have housing trust, we have excess amount of money, we have to go build, even somebody, we build up something back for them, we move them from here, so, but we have to give them somebody, so, because we know them now have the money. You have to send in, you have to interview, you have to do some things for them where you know, so them can't afford this, them cannot this. You can't push them a road, them can't go live on the riverside.
Why not give them somebody out? Remember the high rise where them open up Waterloo or whatever.
With the reservoir under it, where them pay like 50.
No, the latest one on bill where people can't afford.
Akpen, man.
Akpen,
yes, Akpen. Ruthven towards the attack, aka the Akpen. Remember in a Ratty, 2 bedroom with 2 bathroom in the bedroom. If you have one, and you have your daughter in a room, and you and your wife in a room, and me and Jeffrey come check with, our belly are run. I will say, Jeff, you know what, brethren, and you say, well, what tell me a bathroom there, what we do? Go in your daughter, she might have a bedroom, your wife's bedroom. It makes sense? No. Or if you build an apartment, a luxurious apartment, and you have no bathroom where guests can use. 2 bathroom in a 2 bathroom, then you have to go through the bedroom for another bathroom, you know. It don't make no sense. And then under the bottom, that's when rain fall, them have to put bag there, you know, thing they bag in a sandbag because it's a flood. A 50 million, them just pay out to the care people them because the dam. It flood. It's a reservoir, it catch water. Same like how the station, where everything them are built now flood, you know. The road them build, it flood. Because the road, you know, drive from it, you know.
You know, it's funny, you know. It's funny, you know. This must be a punishment from God because it flood and now we have drought, right?
We have drought, but when the rain come now, it's a flood. So what we are gonna do? Yeah.
I hope the people really, like I've said it, and I'll continue to say it. People, listen to what the politicians are saying, but pay attention to what we are saying and doing. Pay attention to how we dissect the issue, how we analyze the issue. Pay attention to what we're doing.
For you, you know. From Dr. I'm going to send it to you because in time I tell you, Dr. Rupert Francis sent me something for you. So I will send it to you. You want to read it? I'm going to send it to you.
Send it to him to read it, man. Because look on his face.
Doctor, watch him, man. I'll send it to you.
This is trouble I feel like giving now.
Don't read.
No, I don't send it to you.
Say what you want to say, Jeffrey. Say what you want to say.
Yeah, yes.
Because as far as I'm concerned, all I know there's a signal they play in the JDF. Because go to the bulldozer people in land.
You want to do
Signal they play within the
I will
JDF.
I will them do.
And drive the Jeep will be a bulldozer on the people in land. Huh?
I don't send it to you. You read it. You read it. That don't send me. Make a continue, so we are continue, so.
Premature newborns have died in public hospitals due to a failure to maintain basic hygiene standards. And until this day, there's been no accountability to the grieving parents by those with whom the buck stops. And they disbanded the Rastafari Advisory Council.
No, man. Mr. Golding a volcano, man. Him going bad, man. But I know you don't look a party again. Look on the party. Look on the health minister. Look at you remember, you know, we don't say yes, no, them not take blame, right? Listen.
For achieving personal and national greatness in a country where the vast majority of us are of African descent.
Hear this now.
However, where Nigel and I part company is on how to give expression to the power of Marcus's greatness. Putting his face on a $100 bill as much as we start it, really won't move the needle. In fact, I have to ask, how can the government really dare to use the image and name of Marcus when we see them mashing down people's homes, dashing the hopes and dreams of a poor young woman who says she holds receipt for payment for the land, up thousands and thousands of youths who have never been charged under states of emergency, sitting back while state agents cut off the locks of a young girl, a young woman held in police lockups to shame and tame her, and nothing done to commit the wrongs against her. So many premature newborns have died in public hospitals.
You look on this now. Take a look on this.
Due to a failure to maintain basic hygiene standards, and until this day, there's been no accountability to the grieving parents by those with whom the buck stops. and they disbanded the Rastafari Advisory Council, which was established under our watch, and exclude Rasta from the lawful ganja economy, which should be empowering that community, and even refuse to speak with their compound Maroons to have respectful dialogue about their historical status and their land. When we speak of Marcus Garvey, Madam Speaker, it reinforces that a new direction is needed. Marcus said, and I quote, "It is by education that we become prepared for our duties and responsibilities in life." If one is badly educated, he must naturally fail in the proper assumption and practice of his duties and responsibilities, end quote. Because from this disrespectful way has been treating our teachers. We must be ready to truly harness the empowering of philosophy, building it into our education system, teaching it in age-appropriate terms from the early childhood levels upwards as part of a system of education in civics which seeks to inculcate, to build.
That's it, the man said with civics.
Yeah, man, and that we are preach civics. We are preach civics from us from day one. Yeah, man.
And that one year, them
yeah,
man. 1 year.
They might listen to me, man. They might listen to me, man. They might listen.
All right, good. Voila.
Values and attitudes in our people on which building a strong and cohesive society depends. We need to take this country in a new direction. The best way we can honor Marcus Garvey is to utilize his philosophy and opinions in a deliberate and strategic way through the educational system to transform negative and dysfunctional behaviors so that a new generation of young Jamaicans emerges who embrace positive values and attitudes of discipline, personal responsibility, self-belief, and self-awareness. That is the right direction to take. And the government, Madam Speaker, and the government must honor his name.
Look at that.
All right. And Madam Speaker, the government of Jamaica his name and by participating actively in the ongoing struggle for exoneration of the unfounded and unjust charges that were brought against him in the United States of America. We supported and we call on the government to support the valiant efforts by Marcus's son, Dr. Julius Garvey, and most recently by U.S. Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, who has co-sponsored legislation in Congress to exonerate his name. The government of Jamaica must get behind that. I am aware of and I support a pilot project that recently started. But let it not be like the pilot project on using Jamaican language in schools to help teach children rather, to become fluent in English. Despite the successful results of that pilot project, it has not been embraced and developed to be part of the national system of teaching English in our primary schools. Let this pilot project on Marcus Garvey and using Marcus's philosophy in our schools become a national rollout and become part of our system of education. Madam Speaker, I move on to speak about the Constitution. The opposition has had to be vigilant in standing and defending people's constitutional rights. We have assisted 65 families who were living decades, many decades, in the community of Providence or Pleasant Hill, near Loydesville in St. Catherine, on lands that were purchased for them by the Michael Manley government in the early 1970s. Moreover, those 65 families were unceremoniously and without any prior discussion forced by government to vacate homes. We have been assisting these families to protect their rights to live in homes they have built there for over many years. When our lawyers were not provided with clear, firm assurances or requested of the government, an action was filed on their behalf in the Supreme Court. The injunction had been granted by the Supreme Court to prevent any action being taken against those residents until the matter is finally determined by the court. Similarly, Madam Speaker, we are preparing a claim to be filed in the Supreme Court, and it's well advanced, for compensation for the vulnerable families of Clifton, near Bernard Lodge in St. Catherine, whose homes were demolished last October in what can only be described as the most cruel and inhuman acts by agents of the state. The opposition will continue to be vigilant when it comes to the hard-won rights of the people. As is well known, we have parted company with the government in its repeated and ongoing use of states of emergency as a routine policing tool in areas where there's a flare-up of violence. Our clear understanding is that the state of emergency is the Constitution's measure of last resort to protect the state from being subverted. And we know that this is the right direction because it stands up for the rights of the Jamaican people, all Jamaican people, and in particular the voiceless. In late December last year, a month in which the government twice declared states of emergency without coming to Parliament for approval, I advised the public that this was such a significant matter to the future of the country, we'll be seeking the guidance of the court on it. Well, in the public interest, an action has now been filed in the Constitutional Court, seeking a declaration that the manner in which this government has repeatedly used the states of emergency since 2017 violates the Charter of Rights and is unconstitutional. And Madam Speaker, this is the context in which when the Minister for Legal and Constitutional Affairs asked me to name 2 opposition representatives to this Constitutional Reform Committee, I sought clarity on the changes that the government is intending to pursue in relation to 2 critical elements of the Constitution: the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, and the matters in the Constitution which can only be changed by way of a referendum. Most of the important provisions in the Constitution cannot be changed without support from at least 2/3 of both houses, and in some instances, a majority vote in a referendum as well. And it is therefore imperative that the constitutional reform process proceeds as a bipartisan process. After a great deal of toing and froing with the minister, which really did not provide the clarity I was seeking, the mechanism of the Vale Royal talks, which I'm calling for ever since becoming leader of the opposition, once again proved its usefulness. At our meeting with the Prime Minister and his team on the 19th of February, we were able to have frank and open discussions on these matters. And I think we both left with a much clearer understanding of our respective positions. And I was thus able to name the opposition's 2 representatives to that committee, Senator Donna Scott Notley and Anthony Hilton, MP. We will continue to be vigilant in ensuring that no changes are made to the Constitution which would dilute, weaken, or undermine the rights of the Jamaican people. We will also maintain our position that the time has come for Jamaica to move forward to full decolonization from Britain. Full decolonization. This requires both the removal of the British monarch as our head of state to be replaced by the president who is a Jamaican, and also the removal of the British monarch's court, the Privy Council, as Jamaica's final court of appeal, to be replaced by the Caribbean Court of Justice, a court which Jamaica, along with our fellow Caribbean countries, helped to design, helped to establish, and has helped to fully finance. The Jamaican people must no longer be denied access to justice by having a final court in a country which Jamaicans cannot travel to without a visa. We are the only country in the world whose citizens suffer that impediment, Madam Speaker. And furthermore, traveling to London to litigate involves massive costs that are way out of reach of the ordinary Jamaicans. The only Jamaicans who can access it are either wealthy Jamaicans or persons who have support from lawyers in London who have taken a death case or pro bono, as they say. Speaker, we live in an era when the people have lost faith in politicians and the institutions of governance. We have passed laws in this House and in this Parliament to put in place a robust anti-corruption framework. But there is no demonstrated political will to deliver accountability. At least 5 ministers of this JLP government and numerous politically appointed board chairmen have had to step down for various misdeeds or even corruption. It is only the reports of the Auditor General, the pressure from the opposition, and the revulsion of the wider public that forced them to step down in each of these occasions. That was the only reason why. This has to stop, Madam Speaker. Without effective accountability, misconduct continues and the public becomes more and more cynical. I pledge to the people of Jamaica that the next PNP government will be different. We will make whatever further adjustments to the current and institutional framework are required to make them effective. I brought impeachment legislation to this House to hold parliamentarians to account for a promise which the Prime Minister made when he was campaigning in the run-up to the 2016 election in his manifesto, but has not delivered. And when we form government, Madam Speaker, we will seek to pass that impeachment legislation into law so that no parliamentarian can bring the public, our name and our reputation into disrepute by their antics out the road without suffering some accountability for it.
So, let me stop this up. Let me stop this again. So, the Prime Minister didn't say it to him, say, he might pledge it now. Come on, it bring, because some of them forget impeach and get locked up and go to prison, That's why I want to hear the speech. You understand? Why you notice how local merit like this?
You know something, Wayne?
Yes.
Let me say something to you. PJ Patterson said it. Bruce Gold, Simpson Miller said it. And now Andrew said it. Let's see if Mark Jefferson Golding
come hold them by them birds so that play it.
Let's see if he will do it. 4 of Jamaica's prime ministers said it. Let's see if he will do it. The minister of misinformation said we must trust in the politician.
Well, him at the first one, you must trust. Him shouldn't be in a politics. It's just a bug life. Where's Ratty?
No. Well, I think I've been a little bit critical of Mark. And I mean, I haven't heard the whole speech yet. Maybe he'll say.
No, I'll make it finish.
Yeah, because right now, what he said was effective legislation and he talked about impeachment. Now, keep in mind, people, that impeachment just means removal. Doesn't mean you're going to prison. It just means that
No, I have to finish it before you hear. Because I'm going to say it. I can finish it.
No. Hold on. What he said, watch the speech I bring up on my thing. He did not mention anything about prison.
Okay.
He said impeachment, and that is it.
Okay. But impeachment, but impeach someone and then move, you know. You can follow him up with Noel.
No. Here's the thing. I don't know if
we
he
are
said
carry
this.
him, we are going to talk to him. So we are carry him and talk to him. So we're going to hear what he must say and we're going to carry him and talk to him. Yeah.
But on the other hand, also Wayne. On the other hand, also Wayne.
On this side, I have told my colleagues on this side, Madam Speaker, when we form government under my leadership, don't expect leniency. Don't expect accommodation when it comes to that kind of wrongdoing or any kind of wrongdoing. Expect full accountability. We will govern with integrity. We will govern with integrity. Public resources are for the benefit of the people and not for any individual's personal gain or profit. For a new direction. Madam Speaker, as representatives who are called to leadership, we have to get to know and understand the people we represent. Jamaicans have a propensity to watch the ride until they have had enough. I've been on the ground in the last few weeks, and it is clear to me that Jamaica is willing to sit back and be taken for a ride in the wrong direction that this government is going. They want a new direction. And we are developing a raft of policies for immediate implementation following the next election. Look into this house and sit on that side. And Madam Speaker, I will share some of those with you now. The policies of the new direction to be implemented by the People's National Party government have been developed on the economic premise that the shadow spokesman on finance, a member for Southeast St. Andrew, described to us last Thursday. He spoke of the current realities of Jamaica's existing low-wage, low-tech economic model with its inevitable activity and low economic growth. It is a trickle-down model. But ask the security guards and the other contract workers. Ask the minimum wage earners in the retail and wholesale trade in the towns and cities of this country. Ask the 600 Jamaicans living here who the most recent reports say are outside the labor force. They see no evidence of wealth trickling down to them. The people of Jamaica want to see a different approach to national development that enables our people to achieve the Jamaican dream. We are ready to implement transformational policies that lead to a more competitive labor force in higher paying jobs. Policies that promote an economy that encourages research and development and the deeper use of technology to accelerate productivity and growth. A streamlined, integrated all-government plan with clear targets and timelines, where the left hand and the right hand know what each other are doing, and both are working together to a common purpose. I agree, Madam Speaker, I agree that job descriptions for members of the cabinet is a good idea, but we must actually do it. Madam Speaker, first of all, our direction is decidedly new because we begin with a plan of action. And our action plan includes and integrates all portfolios in a single vision. Now is the time for the real deal. Time come for a new direction. Jamaica must address the deep challenges that bedevil the society. And those challenges must be successfully confronted and overcome for us to achieve our destiny of greatness. Grammy Award-winning reggae artist Kabaka Pyramid said it well. Somehow, some way, got to make things work. Long life, more pay, that's what I deserve. No time, no day, hand to mouth can't work. I got to rule my destiny. I know what my life is worth. If our country is to ascend from the social decay, behavioral dysfunction, and high levels of violent crime where we find ourselves today, we must tackle the deep structural disadvantages faced by vast numbers of historically disadvantaged Jamaicans. And in the interest of time, I'm going to share a few of the ideas that fall within that framework. There's so much to repair, Madam Speaker, in our island home. I will start by focusing on two main structural fixes that we will treat as priorities. They are land, and by extension housing, and education, and by extension, skills training. We know that by addressing land distribution and we increase the confidence of Jamaicans so that they are confident and secure. So that they're confident to call their own, to house and raise their families, to grow food, trade goods and services within their communities. Similarly, we must create a society of self-aware and critical thinking, people with globally marketable skills and competence, dedicating to building Jamaica, but also trained and able to operate anywhere in the world. Everything revolves around that. Our distribution of land, Madam Speaker, in this country over many years has failed the least resort centuries. Bogle and William Gordon, Paul Bogle and William Gordon were allied on land reform to transform post-emancipation Jamaica and to enfranchise the formerly enslaved. The PNP under my leadership is dedicated to transformational development of Jamaica, beginning with the belief that fairness and social justice must be at the heart of how land, especially public land, is deployed for housing, community building, and agricultural use in the development of our nation. We believe that regularizing land tenure, giving greater legal access to land to more people more efficiently, brings greater order in society, gives hope and builds trust among people. Regularizing land tenure for us is not condoning lawlessness. It is providing a real sense of ownership and something to work for in life. It is the basis of creating intergenerational wealth and the elimination of intergenerational poverty. It is your own soil to till and your own place to build. The very psyche of a people, their sense of dignity and pride, begin with owning a piece of the rights. Our land policy is based on regularization, not redistribution. It is grounded in equity, not exclusivity. We believe in parity, not patricians. We build up homes, communities, and spirits. We don't mash down homes. The establishment of communities across Jamaica is at the core of our land plan. Communities are vital to any nation, and where adequate infrastructure exists, then families are more resilient and communities are more cohesive and stronger. And the absence of infrastructure is an indication that something is wrong in society. Housing is a basic need for all human beings. Without it, living a decent life is very difficult, and mere survival is the name of the game. Too many informal settlements in Jamaica are without basic infrastructure, such as proper roads, water, sewage, drainage, street lighting, and garbage disposal services. And too many low-income communities across Jamaica have infrastructure that is old and decrepit and has long outserved its useful life and is in dire need of rehabilitation. I have the beautiful and impressive homes that our people have built for themselves through their own tremendous resourcefulness. Having got the benefit of proper infrastructure and land tenure to turn informal settlements into vibrant communities. That was the result of proactive, visionary government policy in the interests of the people under the PNP. The next PNP government will complete any outstanding infrastructure and land titling in those communities where the work was started but has not been finished for many years. We will adopt a policy of proactively bringing infrastructure and land titling services to informal settlements with reasonable and affordable terms of cost reimbursement, backed up by support from state agencies such as the National Housing Trust and others to provide financing so that people can create immense wealth for themselves by investing in their homes. The basic development model is proven and sound, and proposals that will for the first time comprehensively tackle the intractable issues of land titling for our people. The PNP is also committed to the creation of legislation that will better enable the development of a land titling system which will be accessible and beneficial to all Jamaicans. The land titling system is too difficult in its present form, and it's social engineering and legislative engineering to the people. And to that end, the opposition suggests the following: a comprehensive review and overhaul of the existing legislation to make land ownership more affordable and accessible. We also feel that the period of ownership by possession for Crown land, which is currently 60 years, needs to be made a shorter and less oppressive period. Alongside municipal corporations and relevant government agencies to undertake incremental infrastructure infrastructure development and land titling in support of vulnerable residents where informal settlements already exist, we will bring decent living to those communities. And Madam Speaker, this relates directly to the 700,000 persons now living in informal settlements in a country of our size. A very deep problem. And fixing not in a piecemeal fashion, but in creative what we are about. This takes us directly to educating the Jamaican people. Turn to education. The education system needs a new direction. Patterson report and before it, the Davies report, both speak to the systemic changes needed in the education system. We are committed to implementing the recommendations of the Patterson report. And we have 3 additional programs that we want to see put in place. Early childhood development will be the priority of the new direction for education. And this will be supported by a comprehensive policy to address the broader needs of children from birth onwards. A system of early childhood development gets all our children off to the right start. The new direction will hone in on basic schools that are struggling to survive. Many are closing under the weight of high operating costs. We will make the investment required to raise the standards of our early childhood education system. We will provide support so that the teachers at basic schools can earn a reasonable living. Madam Speaker, I got a message on my phone from a basic school, an early childhood teacher in St. Mary. And she said to me that her situation, no bossy, as she put it, $34,000 a month is what she's earning as a early childhood teacher. $34,000 a month.
Backside.
How can we?
But hold on, $34,000 a month. You must start in a 4. Where you get? $500 a week.
Yeah, for a basic school teacher.
But that is 6 if a minimum wage.
But some of the,
But remember in a minimum wage go back to private and public
yeah,
sector.
but some of the private sector, the Chinese are paying the people minimum wage either.
Then yeah, there. We have got change. So we say for Jamaica right now. Them for
and he said something a while ago about lands, you know. In the 90s and Operation Pride and the PJ Palestine administration, it's the same robust speech I gave about lands. And the PNP ran this country for 18 years. How many Jamaicans get lands under them?
Well, them get enough lands still, you know. You have 100. Tell me how much to get land.
Some people
We
don't
know,
get
we
land
know,
from
we know
artists.
some
Hold on,
anti-panky go on in one of them scheme.
Hold on,
Where some
Wayne.
man get money and them never do some things, but people get land thing there.
No,
They get land.
Wayne. We must call a spade a spade.
No man, you have to tell me just
Call
ask.
a spade, Wayne.
You want me to say to you? Remember me I talk to. Me said just tell me just all right. You see like come and give a figure, just tell me how much people get land and tell me where it go wrong. Like,
People get land.
no, that's what me say. All right. So what me I say to you, Jeffrey. You see me? See like come and show the people them the figure yesterday. You wait for do make sure you have your figures. That mean when you talk, you get the figures and that we do around here.
Well, I'm gonna dig up back operational.
No man, you have to do it before you. I could tell you when we come back on a program, Jeffrey.
Yes, we're gonna do it.
All right, I could tell you what we do. We don't do blindfold thing here. What we do, when me like somebody said to me yesterday about Ratty last night when him said 2004.
The stats.
Yeah, the stats.
And
then
the crime stats, the homicide stats.
We do make them a start from 62 come up. So what you do now when you have the stats, that means nobody can say you did say
Yeah,
this.
I understand what you're saying, but
that means so me can't spade a spade, you know.
Hold on.
So me say something that what me can.
Just saying.
Yeah, but me can say how much people get land, but me know some people get land.
I never remember
But me know some anti-panky go on, but you what me not do. Me know what. All right. When me talk one time, me no want guess. Me try it up right in front of me and me show it. It better that way there. If me want anybody more come me attack, them can say, hey, Lonesome say this or that because me I give it in front of you like that. Bloom. And that me I tell you. So me can't speak analyze me not. You understand what me I say, Ratty?
Yeah.
Me work with stats. Me work with figures. Me work with me can me like drop everything. Me can't tell you say that I'm going to the T of the thing. So when me talk now, that means nobody, there is no one can say Lonesome did say this, you know, but him did say it, but I not saw it, but no, I got try. All right, like when me talk about SSL, you know, it's me drop the thing them. Quote go right back, like Panky go all do it just try it up same time. I like where Herbie that do, if that drop something or you Ratty, you that drop something, it better that way. So when you keep your thing that way, you know, when people them even when them go look on it, them know say something Panky did go on, but you're not out of your head. Yeah, give them the figures. So them can't say, Jeffrey, did you give me a figure about that figure there? Yes, something go on, but you give me a figure that and that me I talk about. So now like you understand what me I say? When me give them figure, me not the tabloid. See? I'm in a busy about party. All right, you see like come me can talk about the bulb. Me see the quota, me see one, we know 200 odd million. You understand what I say, Jeffrey? So when me talk about it, me just say, hey, some people feel us.
No, but what I'm saying to you, Wayne, you didn't allow me to finish it. What I'm saying to you, I didn't know. I listened to the speech, you know, but I didn't remember the part about the land issue.
Yes.
What I'm saying to you is that the PNP said it in the 1990s under PJ Patterson.
Yes.
No,
but the Operation Pride was a good thing still.
Yeah. No. Hold on, you know. Wait, allow me to finish. Hold on, you know. I'm not gonna say Operation Pride wasn't a good thing, you know. It was a good thing.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying that they have said it in the 1990s. No, I do not know how much Jamaica can get lands in the 1990s. And what I'm gonna say now is this: that I hope that if he becomes the next prime minister, he said this in Parliament, and I hope he carried it through.
Well, that's what I want him to the word. All right, so me get finish. So what we are do, we want them to word like this. That's why we can take back video and play it. I mean, have videos. And that me do, you know. So we keep them in check. It name in check. So me listen and me keep in check. Everything. Same like come on the prime minister, now me check him off. And we hold them to them words. No, so good, Ratty.
Same so, sir.
Anything when me say, you know, me I dry it up. Me make sure me have the thing.
I mean, some things I want to ask about Mark too, but I'm
Yes.
waiting till him finish his speech.
Yes.
Give our children
Speech,
the
very long
if
speech,
we're not taking care of
Hold on.
early
Yeah.
childhood development.
Long.
And the teachers who deliver it.
Hold
Time come to repair the foundation of our education system and set it in the right direction. A new direction should also focus on transforming the first 11 years of every Jamaican child's life. Jamaica must achieve the outcome that all our children are able to read, write, and do basic grade 4. In our primary schools, we have to support teaching by proper nutrition and deepening the use of educational technology. We have to equip our students as well. We must achieve a link between wholesome values and citizenship. Let's emphasize that. Particular attention and emphasis must be paid on the underachieving primary schools to raise standards across the board. The Patson report reinforced this shocking statistic that between 30 and 55% of primary school leavers are not functional literate or numerate. We have to raise standards across the board because those children going to secondary school are ill-prepared and underprepared. And they can't cope with the secondary school curriculum, and they end up leaving school with no subjects and very little by way of prospects. And is there any wonder why we have such a terrible problem with violent interventions that have been abandoned will be reevaluated, updated, and returned to schools across the island? And Madam Speaker, we will remove the taxes from laptops and tablets for students and teachers. As has been done for racehorses. Madam, at the secondary school level, we will provide the support to education that is necessary to mitigate the effects of the negative social issues that are impacting our students. Teenage, weak family structures, substance abuse, anger management, and aggression. There needs to be a program to effectively tackle those in secondary schools. And Madam Speaker, we on this side have always seen education as the antidote to poverty. Tertiary education must be accessible to those
How
Oh,
who need many it lands most, was given away on
so
the
that they can
Operation Pride?
positively transform their life. On the matter of student loans, I spoke a year ago. I'm going to repeat them today because the minister announced that certain things, but we don't go far enough. And I said, we will cap the student loan borrowers' loan payments at a manageable percentage of his or her income so that the state and not the student is the economy generating adequate employment opportunities for young people. In periods of unemployment, we will suspend loan payments and tap them onto the back end of the loan without any penalties. We will eliminate the requirement of a guarantor for a student to access a student loan across the board. Madam Speaker, these are the ideas whose time has come. We make sure that the financing arrangements for tertiary education are not an impediment to students, especially students from low-income families, having the confidence to borrow the money to invest in their education. The structure must support that social objective. Madam, teachers must also remain top of mind. And we're at a time when, although the teachers have signed, we're told, the restructuring, and we commend them for reaching that point, it is quite clear that many of them feel extremely unhappy about the way in which the whole process has been handled. And indeed, many of them remain unhappy about the arrangements. So we need to, and a new direction is Spurs for Education and Training has proposed a series of benefits with that object in mind. We will ensure that teachers are eligible for student debt reductions and motor vehicle concessions at levels which increase with their years of service in the job. We will ensure that teachers benefit from an enhanced access to NHT loans and priority in allocating houses in NHT finance schemes. And we will also negotiate a package deal to provide our teachers with free internet service as a tool of their trade. These are all practical measures to support our teachers.
All right, so I'm going to stop right just so I'm going to care about Mark. So, Operation Pride tell me, so them get a 58,000 lots were delivered to individual across 14 parishes through the initiative. 58,000 lots. Yeah? All right, so me like drop them things, but you'd have something down the way. Somebody they get some money to do something and like them take some pay and them never. Me not even want to talk about it till me dry it up back. But see that? No, let me dry it up and then me show you. Let me just dry it up. Right? So me come back to that. But 58, sit down. You can't see it? You see that 58,000 lots were delivered to individual across 14 parishes?
Mm-hmm.
To the initiative. So these are the things I'm here to talk about. So, you know, when me talk, me like, get me thing, and me not talk on it unless me get it. And then, but if you have a hanky-panky there, you have something there. And like, for your contractor, you get something to do something, now you did move something, and your name card. But what me do, me not blend it in like that. More and much like the give me know. What did happen? Me know. You just look panic, but you know, just tie it and talk it. Because we have to come back and say, you know, say, me just say something, we can't just try it up. You can't dip on my fingertip. So we know it's a lot, that lot out. You understand what I say, Ratty, Jeffrey? So me do me thing. I'm going to play this because through that long, I'm going to play about this again, where Mark say, and go through.
Every leader has their own unique style. Yeah. My response to cases of injustice is not to get riled up and make a whole heap of noise or threats, manipulation and intimidation. That's not my style. My fury and disappointment in the direction of this government takes me to a place of reason, deep contemplation, effective strategy, and a commitment to work harder to deliver tangible results. It leads me to work out ways to make things better. And this is what accounts for my professional history. It is what accounts for my recognized success as a top business. It is accounts for my effective. It is what I bring to this struggle, and those are not my style.
To the beginning.
Yet every Jamaican must
Back to the beginning.
Yeah, that gone way back, man. You're gone way back.
Every leader has their own unique style.
Yes, sir.
My
No,
response
keep
to
going.
cases.
Go back.
No. Don't go back. Go forward.
Oh, no, me did stop it, you know. Me did stop. Want me to play?
Yeah, but you want to pick it up back at that point, right? Because we just don't play when we talk about him proven prowess in business and
Help to stay in Jamaica and help to build.
So me stop this. Help build Jamaica, make them stay and help build Jamaica. So you want
This is not to get riled up. It leads me to work out ways to make things better. That's right. And this is what accounts for my professional history. It is what accounts for my recognized success as a top commercial lawyer.
Yeah, that's another
It is
beginning.
what accounts for my proven prowess.
That's way in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we left this a long time. In their education right now.
Yeah. Oh, so you want to go back to the last thing when me have to? No, me did stop that, you know. So you want to go back to this?
Parenting skills and overall city.
That's right.
We will substantially increase the number of social workers to take on these critical tasks. revamp and expand proven and effective crime reduction programs like the Peace Management initiative, Unite for Change, and indeed restorative justice. Madam Speaker, Jamaicans are living with a heightened sense of insecurity, and everybody feels compelled to sleep with their doors and windows locked tight, tight, tight. The exceptionally high crime rate has been a burden on Jamaicans for decades. And Jamaica remains one of the most violent countries in the world. Crime and violence are conditions created by the whole society. And we cannot ignore the links between inequality and crime. We must think in terms of social responsibility, which is why we favor intervention of fundamental. The increased militarization of law enforcement, and it has not proved to be effective. The ineffectiveness of the government's approach is underscored. There were approximately 53 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants, the highest in the world. Globally, militaries being increasingly involved in policing work. ADF is growing rapidly. I noted that on the similarly, the capital budget of the military has systematically and massively outstripped police force when we have a crime. Military expenditure, spending on the JDF, more than doubled to 36, an increase in real terms, double the rate at which spending on the police force. Spending on the military is also attached to the cost. Under states of emergency, citizens can be detained without charge for indefinite periods of time. It is a threat to our democracy to use that as an ordinary policing tool. And that is why we have filed an action asking the Supreme Court to rule definitively that it is unconstitutional. Our position on crime and violence and the delivery of justice for our people remains consistent. We believe in a balanced approach, measures. A balanced approach is essential to social harmony and crime reduction. It cannot be achieved through oppressive laws that trample on the rights of our people. We will vigorously tackle the major root causes of violent crime in a systematic way, while also properly equipping the police force and the justice system with legislation, tools, technology, and human resources to carry out their work. It is not possible to do one without also doing the other. We believe that community intervention and target. It is not the sector through Project Star. It's not good enough. Do not have the resources. To do this on a national investment for crime prevention to accelerate the sustained reduction of violent crime. I've mentioned that the Peace Management Initiative, which has earned significant successes in different communities, will be revamped, revitalized, and made to work in hotspots across the country. We have seen over and over again in Jamaica how reprisals kill and maim the innocent, including our precious children. We must train and resource teams of violence interrupters on the ground in these communities to intervene early in conflicts and avert escalation into spiraling reprisals. That is a critical method for managing this situation, and the government has dropped the ball. We will train and empower 500 violence interrupters across Jamaica to help to maintain calm and good order in areas prone to high levels of violence. This must be supported also in our schools with school-wide positive behavioral interventions through the Ministry of Education. From an enforcement perspective, what is required is spear phishing that targets dangerous criminals, the violence producers, as they're sometimes called. Not casting a wide net that snares both the good and the bad, and much more good than bad people. The government must fashion legislation that allows known vicious purveyors of criminal violence to be taken off the streets, so that an effective case for prosecuting them can be brought against them. These are people who are taking innocent lives, destroying families, sapping the nation's collective hope for the future. The procedure that does that must have appropriate checks and balances to ensure reliable intelligence, not just sus and gossip is the basis for their detention. Last December, I put forward detailed proposals for a court-supervised process of pre-charge detention that targets specifically persons on whom there is credible intelligence. The procedure that I outlined, intelligence, to be strengthened 42 period for that to take place. 42 days, 40-day period, during which the court would supervise at regular intervals, after which the detained person must either be charged or released. But the initial detention has to be approved by the court, In our prison system, Madam Speaker, inadequate attention to rehabilitation and post-release employment opportunities, despite the valiant efforts of NGOs, has resulted in unacceptably high rates of persons reoffending and returning to prison. The Minister of State has said that the rate of recidivism is 40%. So, for far too many convicted criminals, the prison gates end up being a revolving door. 40% of persons end up coming back, having completed their sentences. And Madam Speaker, with all these mandatory minimum sentences, one wonders how the prison system and the court system is going to cope. We've already imposed mandatory minimum sentences for possession of prohibited weapons, which is any unlicensed firearm. And we're talking about putting very, very high mandatory minimum sentences for murder and so on. All well and good, though the deterrence is not generally accepted as being a real benefit of this. But the impact on the system, where people will no longer have an incentive to plead guilty, the backlog is going to explode, and the prison system, which is already creaking under the weight of this massive rate of recidivism of 40% is going to become completely unworkable. The government really needs to think through this policy before it implements it. We must invest in programs so that incarceration becomes a real opportunity for rehabilitation, in addition to being public transgression. We must find ways to assist persons leaving prison to be able to the whole society benefits when a former criminal turns his or her life around. And we're not doing enough of that. Madam Speaker, development is this plan we've been hearing a bit about to develop a for-profit prison in Jamaica and to use taxpayers' money to facilitate it. Very little has been disclosed to the public about this plan, other than the government announcing that they've identified 300 acres of land in St. Catherine for a new purpose-built correctional facility via a public-private partnership. And from this public-private partnership, necessarily there has to be a return on investment for the private investors, Prime Minister. In the US, they call this approach.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. The member speaking to interrupt you, please, but there's no plan or any articulation of any prison for profit, right, to be built, right? Which is what you have implied. Absolutely none. Misleading the host. It not been said even in jest.
Madam Speaker, I made the point that what we heard is going to happen is there's going to be a public-private partnership. And to say that from you have a public-private partnership, necessarily the private investors are going to start speaking. That's what I said.
So I'm fool, you might go back to the man and mislead the house. And you say that Not hear you.
Yes, yeah. That is what I was talking to you about. That is what I was talking to you about yesterday. Because you need to continue.
Madam Speaker, in the US, but this is what various
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, and I do loathe to do it. The point that the leader of the opposition raised for profit, which are the words he uttered, is dangerous and misleading and ought to be corrected immediately. It has done for the leader of the opposition to say that without evidence, without quoting a document immediately. And I urge the leader of the opposition, as I know he's gentleman enough to withdraw that statement.
What we have been told is that this prison is going to be built as a public-private partnership. That's what we've been told. We have never had, it has, the Minister of State, it has been reported, and private partnership, that has been stated publicly by the Minister of State who has responsibility for prison. My point is, if it's a public-private partnership, that suggests that the private partner is going to be looking to make a return on it. That is why I said what I said. And information and more transparency around what is intended would be welcome. Because the way in which it has been brought across so far raises concerns. It's as simple as that. I will move on, madam.
No, you won't just move on. A point of order has been made. If indeed the impression is that the government probably I should get that from Hanchat because and it is a wrong signal to send. So Ms. Curtis, can I have what? Can I have what was said?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is a report that this was on December 8th, 2022.
I want to know what was said.
The government has given its clearest indication.
Point of order
Yes.
was raised.
Yes.
As the speaker, from Hanchat, what was said?
Hansard.
Hansard.
God.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to clarify. When I said for profit, I was referring to the private-public partnership that the government has given a clear indication that it, or at least considering a private-public partnership
You must have
state
profit.
of the art prison. And a private-public partnership necessarily involves the private element in that partnership earning a return on their
Must.
investment. That is what I was saying.
Must.
I said as well that if that is not the case,
Member,
yeah.
I am saying this afternoon that I'm waiting on what Hansard has said. A point of order.
Madam
A
Speaker,
point of order
Madam Speaker,
has been raised.
the Prime Minister asked me to withdraw the comment about for-profit. I will withdraw it.
Well, if
I'm
you
interested
withdraw
in,
it,
it would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous to hold up these proceedings while you go and refer to Hansard as to what I said. So the matter is.
member, hold a minute. Members of the House, everybody, don't do that, member. If a point of order has been raised in this House by anybody, it is my duty to respond to it. And I could not respond. Now that the member has said he will withdraw it, we may go ahead. But it is wrong. I'm not going to do it. I can't rule on something that I'm not sure before we can move ahead.
Madam Speaker, we would ask that the Prime Minister, this public-private partnership, but I'm not saying that this is a for-profit prison. It's a private. Protect the interests of the people of Jamaica in having a prison system that allows rehabilitation as a foremost concern to bring down this 40% rate of persons leaving prison and coming back. That is what I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, few things shake an individual's sense than being able to access and afford health care. As it now stands, the public health care system in Jamaica is incapable of dealing with the needs of our population as a whole. We have patients having to sleep on chairs and on benches for days sometimes, of diagnostic tests, of surgical implants, and of medication that are not where they are not covered by the regions or the Ministry of Health or the National Health Fund and are out of reach of most Jamaicans. And we have the congestion in hospital emergency rooms and frequent breakdowns in equipment, from basic things like elevators and air conditioning systems to critical tools like CT scans and MRI machines. In fact, even this week we were hearing about CT scans and MRI machines being out of service in public for years. Madam Speaker, it's imperative that we have a new direction in healthcare. If our hard working healthcare workers our people effectively. The facilities at public hospitals and health centers must improve. They're in Jamaica. And
to come and link them with no partnership with the in Ghana right now, and my speaker can go get the extra quick. In Ghana, a partner, and you have to go get the same instead of them buy back the thing. Not private public partnership. Yes. But I show them too.
A public private partnership, it would be similar to, like, you know, you see like in America, maybe not Canada, where you say the speeding tickets, you know, from the machine. Not talk about when a policeman stop you. Not talk about when you have a static you have a static camera, right? And you get a speeding ticket. No, it's not the police give that speeding ticket, you know. It's a private concern give that ticket. But guess what that means? A public-private partnership part of that money there. That is a public-private partnership. And well, people in the diaspora, when they get that ticket and you look on it and you see it, that ticket, just keep this in mind, that all of that money there now go to the government. Some of it will go to the company that set up that static camera, because it's not the government that might run them camera. They have a contract with them people there. And so if them collect $50 from you, then probably take 30 and then give the company 20, or vice versa. The company take 30 and give them 20. And them achieve the purpose, which is to find people who are speed and make it be a lesson, so that you can share that with other people. Like deterrence, make it a deterrent so that other people know speed. But
Mr. Rattigan, let me ask this question, because maybe you know.
You might.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah. You can hear me? Yeah, you hear me?
I'm hearing. You all right, Sir Rattigan, you hearing me?
yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Could you private partnership deal with the prisons in America?
Yeah, they do.
They
They
do.
do.
You're going in and out. We're not hearing you now.
Read this, and at the same time. You can't see it?
Man, I mess with my thing, you
Private
know.
doctors signed to public-private partnership. Oh yeah.
And it's Christopher Tufton, we sign them. See
Yeah.
that? Minister, so when you think about it,
Yes.
I'm telling you, them sign and them just say them spend over $1 billion. So when you go to the inside of the public, so when you're gonna partnership with them, them pay them, the government pay them, and them send the patient there. A matter of fact, him tell us him have some patient where I do like earn and do some other things. It's gonna do that, they miss the money. So that is private-public partnership. You know, when them just send them over the private place free. What them say the coin and make no sense better.
So no, turn your mic on. We're not hearing you now.
Turn on back your mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then they have prisons that are run that are run, it's joint. And then they have some prisons that they call
Private.
prison for profit. Yeah, the other day because down in Arizona because of the way they treat the prisoners. Them.
Yes.
So
yes.
you have three types. You have one that's run by both, the responsibility is shared. You have one by the government, and then you have the one where it's completely run by a corporation. In fact, in fact, they did a story there. Story that they were judges were sending, juveniles to this facility because there was a kickback. They were getting kickbacks. Remember that, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so is the government and the private concern, and them split the pros, them split the that never necessary still. That all of that all about
That's
this.
what-
What you're saying then? What
Where
you're
did
saying
the
then
man
is
say?
what the government of Jamaica want to do? Want to start something like that?
All right.
But they didn't mind that's what they're doing.
Look again, Jeffrey. Look. And the man, them, all right, look what it said. Just read the top, just read what me just tell you. What it say?
Yeah, minister signed contract with private health facilities.
To perform elective surgeries. Now, them himself spend over $1 billion. And dollar, me I tell you it's here. When me I talk about it.
Free. Hold on a second. What do you think, Kroll, what them just signed the agreement with?
Yes.
What do you think the investigation is? A public-private investigation because
And
they said they will
pay
work
money,
alongside
and they pay money too.
Yeah, and they said
But why
they'll work
them not
alongside the
gonna say
JCF. Yeah, they said they'll work alongside the JCF and the FBI, which the FBI piece we cannot put that aside.
Because and not only that, the thing that they signed with the minister signed with the people of England. They said the British government will pay half of it and they pay half.
And they will pay half and the private pay. So you understand. But I'm gonna show you say the government are signed with the doctor now, them signed it already, with the private to do the surgery them. And them say they spend over $1 billion to the private hospital them. Who are do it for them now? So them not get it free. So if somebody come build the prison with you, where them are give you free. Them are if them are donate the money, them that donate it. Hear him now? But you're talking like the government going to make money or profit off. Another government and the private one, them are gonna make profit and make back them money. Them not just make a money. Them are get them principal alone. Them are make profit on it. We not asking.
But here's the thing. If you have so much in the surplus, why would you want to engage a private concern to help you build a prison for profit? Why would
people? Well, on the brother, I want to show them again. Look when me say $1 billion. Remember when me say a thing, remember the paper I got to Jeffrey. Look how much money this say him spend. Just to put the money more. I see how much that.
$1 billion Jamaican dollars or US. One other thing. They never say US, not Jamaican.
For the care program. And it's a private seat there. Run it back. Sit there. And the private public partnership seat there.
Yeah.
Tough than
The government you know?
yeah, no, but it's not the government that can make profit. $1 billion. You can say these things, man. Like the government that can make money or profit. It's not the government that can pay up the money. We know about it. You understand? We know about these things. Them to stop the foolishness, brother. See? And then put yourself as a businessman. The government, Jamaica government approach Jeffrey. And them are build a prison. And them say, right, you come and you say it a value 2 billion or 5 billion and you put 2.5 billion or 3 billion. You just kill them money. Remember now? It's a partnership. Like you have nothing partnership. But you just kill them money and you love it. Or you make back your money.
Make your money somehow.
You might say the government now make the profit out of this, the government can continue paying this man.
But the question we must ask, you know, and then you need to tell the people of Jamaica which company is building it. Which construction company and who is involved in building the prison.
Yeah.
Because it was said by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security. So, you know, we need to know who and whose company and which construction company.
That is so when, all right, see, look here. See where we're here talking.
Right, the private prison contracts. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see it? Okay. You see me? I say, so we can draw them up, so we know about them. And when we hear it up and say the government can pay the money. The man or the private man make money. I better like what to say, I better them did make it run. So them like twisting and they twist back. Then come like big mama, then like twisting and call them people and them people, you know, not in their head, because them line up people where, you know, I get the 5 grand and them thing and chat foolishness. But man want the big plaza.
Let me ask you a question, Wayne.
Yes.
Do you believe in Dan Anderson polls?
Dan Anderson, all right. So me have my own poll and me talk to enough people. I talk to
no. Answer the question I asked you. Do you believe in Dan Anderson poll? Yes or no?
We need for them poll because, well, it may take a sample and it work. But me not believe in because me have a bigger sample than what them have. So, you know, so me Jeffrey, you say, oh, we used to do things back in the days. Years upon the ground, me do my own thing, you know. You understand? So it will and do it. But when me sample something, me can get something and get something. But me can just go deliberate and just go boom bam bam. And me sample more people than him. Serious.
Let me throw something to you there. And
yes.
and one of our favorite listeners, and I remember I was going to raise it, but she beat me to the punch.
Yes.
You remember when the UK
Yeah.
answered them or build the pit?
Yeah.
What they said, so to continue, what they said was David Cameron then came to Jamaica and said that there's a lot of Jamaican prisoners in London. If they will build a prison in Jamaica, okay, and they will pay Jamaica to keep them, what Jamaica government said to them, they did not commit a crime here in Jamaica. So even if they build a prison and they come here, automatically under our constitution, we're going to let them go free under the law of Jamaica.
But here this now. But you know, so you have some place them send them over and them finish to them time. Of course.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Remember now we know. Them amend the constitution there, you know.
Yeah, of course.
From up to 2016, I think,
They did,
17.
yes.
Them amended. Why them couldn't amend it and say, okay, all right, fine, we'll amend. If the
that
constitution
would have
doesn't provide it,
prison.
we'll do it now, and then we'll take them. Why them couldn't do it? And then
But
not only that, look at them
after them
stupid.
them time with them there.
No, but what I know, you saw them stupid. You know, saw them stupid.
Them
You
come
remember
back
when,
to Jamaica.
you remember when England though? Exactly. Remember when
And
England
then they lock them up.
England start charter planes and send them home anywhere.
And then get them, and then you get
So them send them back. Them send them back to you.
them and you text it and you lock them up back.
Yeah, them send
But
them
you
back
don't
to
get
you.
no prisoner now.
You get nothing. Them send them back to
Oh.
you, and them get nothing.
Okay.
Nothing out of the deal. Them send. You remember when them in that
Of
charter
course.
place, them and send them home, and when them get outside,
Nothing.
zero.
Nothing. And then you say, boy,
Yeah.
juggling, you know. And
Yeah,
then
you
you lock them up back.
And I think it was Kamina Johnson Smith. I think she was the yes.
No. It was under Bruce Golding administration, if my memory serves me correctly.
No. It was turned down in 2020. It wasn't turned down under Bruce Golding. It was turned down
Man,
since
when David Cameron wasn't in power at that time.
I remember look at
It was David Cameron
Look and see
who
when
came
it
to Jamaica.
David Cameron under 2020.
was a finish in
referendum,
2020.
Yeah.
and step down and give Johnson. What name? Yes. Barris.
Right.
So remember when him lose the referendum? If you look at the referendum,
who turned it down? Who turned it down?
If my memory serves me correct, is between
Let me tell you.
Bruce or Portia that turned it down. I can't remember who did it. But between Bruce or Portia that turned it down.
Whoever turned it down was a jackass. Because I was talking to a friend of mine and I said, you know, if I were to and just send them home.
You have that.
The People's National Administration when he came here. Because at the same time they were talking about getting rid of the Queen. No, not getting rid of it. They were talking about reparation. And he told the Jamaican government that they must forget about reparation issue. Because his family is a part of the slave trade. You know? It's between Portia or Bruce that turn it down.
When I between, I look it up and tell them, man.
I believe it was the PNP who would have turned it down too.
All right, so this is 2015. No, when it's all right. So here it is 2020.
It was not wholeness that came.
So hold on. August 2017. That his government would not take forward. Okay. So this in the paper. This is the paper. Yeah. So let me tell you what him say.
Who said it?
UK, I'll tell you, have it front of me, man. That's what I'm going to show you it too. All right. So it's a UK building prison in Jamaica for foreign criminals.
Mm-hmm.
And this was, September 29th.
Thank you very much.
2015.
Thank you very much.
So accepted. So
thank you very much.
And
it was Andrew Holness who turned it down.
Yeah, man. So I'm saying, so it's a.
So you know.
Read the thing.
All right, so I just watch me, I show it and then I read it. That's why I say me not get guessing, I get Gregory. Jeffrey. So you see it? You can see it? Look on the date. Portia was the prime minister at them time. 2016 him win.
Them plan for allocate it. Right.
All right. So this when I must say,
who turned it down?
I'm looking at it right now. It was turned on in 2017.
Yeah, and 2017. Andrew, I'm not what Andrew say after that.
Here it is right here in US prison.
2015, I'm the dark about Andrew did born, I think, born a fire on it. So
and you know what? You know what funny? It's the same time.
For Jamaican prisoner to prosecuted in UK will spend their sentence. So,
hold on there.
Sentences. The
Hold
Prime
on.
Minister
Hold on. a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a
The
minute.
British government will pay for about 40% of the migration between the two countries over the prison transfer over 600 Jamaican nationals. UK government fear imprisonment under human rights. So them the one build a prison in their native country. Yeah, sentence to 4 years.
Lonesome. Lonesome. Let me just read something here, sir.
All right, tell me when
this is January 13, 2017.
Yeah,
the headline
2017.
says
That's where Andrew told
it says Andrew Holness administration rejects UK prison deal. That's what it says right there.
yeah, that's it said. So I'm not Bruce on this.
And here it is. Here it is. It said the Andrew Holness administration has rejected the 5.5 billion offer of the United Kingdom to help build a modern prison in Jamaica. Oh, Sita, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith made the announcement in the Senate. Somebody did right.
Yeah, man. So Jeffrey, that me tell you, say,
Kamina Johnson.
well, Andre, so when I say everything it in a print and this.
Hold on a minute, Wayne. Hold on a minute.
Hold
on a minute now, Wayne.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
When David Cameron came here, who was in power?
Portia Simpson, 2015.
Okay. Hold on.
She never turn it down. Andrew did the court against it. It's right here, man. In a black car, you know,
but I'm trying to ask a question at the same time.
Yes, but me just read it to you already. That's why I'm sure you, know. And
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You see, let me look further.
Yes.
You see why I'm telling us, we have to hold the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith accountable, because I remember this. I remember this. Hear what it say. Hear what the article said. It says that Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith made the announcement in the Senate this morning, ending almost 6 months of wait for the answer. Right? It says she said the terms of the offer, quote, were not beneficial to Jamaica as a whole. End of quote. She did not state exactly the unfavorable terms. She also declined to answer questions from opposition Senator Lambert Brown, who tabled the questions on whether negotiations are underway to get favorable terms. Because he must say, if it's unfavorable, why not negotiate with them and get something favorable? And she said the matter is closed at this time. Went on to say leader of opposition business Mark Golding also could not get an answer on when the offer was rejected.
Right. Because a 210 blank. So
ask the question. Hold on a minute, Wayne.
Yes.
Why? There's a reason why I asked the question,
No, but before
David
that
Cameron,
going on, you say, hold on. Let me just clear something for you. If you listen back what you're saying, you say it's not, when Rattigan tell you, say it's not them, you say it's Portia and Bruce.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say to you also, when David Cameron came here and addressed the Jamaican Parliament, the whole issue of prison came up.
But it is here in the paper.
So Jeff, what we just said is that is Andrew Holness government turning it down.
I agree. I understand.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, so if it's all right, Jeffrey, Jeffrey, just shut up, just watch ya and shut in the shit, can me move you. You know something around. Listen, if we have something, what may I tell you, Jeffrey, because we not doing a tabloid. It's simple because all these things in print are with the videos and everything. So we don't guess it, we just draw it up. If we don't have it in front of you, you can get it by your fingertip. And if I said 2015 it was Portia, you say it wasn't she, you say either Portia and think that you're
I understand all of that.
Yes.
Wayne, but
so that means we have to go back say who did this because of the internet.
No, Wayne.
You understand?
We have to go back to that. Because you know why I'm going back to that? He was the one who came and made the offer.
Then that's right.
Hold on, Wayne, man. Hold on, Wayne.
Yes.
Hold on. David Cameron came to Jamaica, made the offer.
Yes.
All right. He addressed the Jamaican Parliament at the same time he said the whole thing reparation. That is the same time the one from Clarendon did not come to the Parliament to listen to David Cameron.
Yeah, but
and at the same time, David Cameron made the agreement, made the proposal. So I'm asking the question:
so, but,
was it
But me about you, even if you are no Jeffrey, when I forgot run on, if a 2015, you know who was in power. So it's simple.
No,
so all right, so let me answer your question now. If a 2015, you know who was in power, and we are tell you who turned it down. So even if we never talk about reparation, we are tell you who turned it down.
No, but
there.
what I'm trying to say is all right. Don't argument. Continue. Because
You understand?
I'm not listening to what I'm trying to say.
No, but if we tell you,
I understand all of that, you know.
So then the 2015, this
No, what I'm trying to say to you, when David Cameron came to Jamaica, he made it in the Jamaican Parliament, and I'm asking what year did he?
2015. Before you that say,
of course I said it.
No, listen.
When Ratty came and said it, I said, okay, fine.
No,
yes, yeah, but that's
no,
what
me
I
say.
tell you. Say that when I tell you now. Say we don't want guess. We don't want like you say a portion loose. We don't want to do that. We want just try to back our seat.
You're go. I said if I'm not mistaken, I think is Kamina Johnson Smith is the one who turned it down. And you said no, it wasn't under
yes,
under
you
them
came
government.
back and you said to me who did it.
And then I tried to and I showed
asking a question, and I'm asking a question.
Yeah,
in what year?
All right, let me answer you.
Came down here.
Let me answer you. In 2015, I have the answer right. Somebody just tell me the answer.
Let me show you. Let me show him. I show him. Let me answer. Let me show you the paper itself. I read it to you, brother. I mean, I show so David what a portion was the I said the father name the man win court against it at the time 2015 and then Ratty and then the 2017 Ratty I read that to you. So even if it's a because you did it depends this, you know, when you rewind it you hear it yourself. So even if it's a when him did David him did the 2015 and them turn it and Angelique against it and then him win and him turn it down, them turn it down. Read it again.
Yeah,
show you.
So, what you know, some one of our favorite supporters, biggest supporters.
Uganda.
She said the talks begin in 2015, and she said Jeff needs to understand that $1 billion project takes years to finalize, and a proposal of this magnitude takes time to find. Before it was finalized, JLP won and rejected the proposal. So what happened? Them negotiated it, like I said, at 2015. And them still talk about it. And then once the party changed, the government changed, so then the man just said, we don't want it.
I am not disputing that fact at all.
So we don't need more talking, Jeffrey. All right. So what you want to do? All right. What I said to you, brother? What me I said to you? All right. You see when you say it's not. Well, I'm not sure you the P and then
Ratty came and clarified and I said, okay,
no,
I'm just asking a question. But I'm just asking a question.
No, but
what year?
The question I look big. No, but if me read it to you, let me say, all right, let me explain to you again.
No, I understand, Wade.
Okay, so if me read it to you, it will tell you who qualified, do it already, brother. It'll tell you everything, you know. So it'll tell us, no, that's why. Remember when we tell us, okay, what you do, you
wait to get the conversation when I move on.
Yes, that's what I'm
in what year did Cameron came here? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, man. But
the point I'm gonna make is that you see how stupid that means sometimes what's so bright that was stupid.
Yes.
Up to now, you know what she said? She said, she went on to say that it's a matter of national security. That's why she's not going to talk about it, you know. A prison, right?
Yes.
Yes. You hear them? She said, oh yeah, Johnson Smith said the questions, among others, were not appropriate. Questions concerning why them turn it down. And she said, and cited national security concerns. And she said, if you want to ask a question, then send them to the security ministry. That's what she said. All right? And then them said the prime minister, the prime minister who was the leader of the opposition at the time told David Cameron, who announced the deal back then, that the money would be better spent on education. And you see what?
Hold on. Who you said tell Cameron, man?
Let me read it to you. Because I don't want. The issue is sensitive for the prime minister because, and this is January 2017, so you know who them attack.
Okay.
Yes.
Them say the issue is sensitive for the prime minister because while leading the opposition last year, the current prime minister who was in the opposition last year, told then British Prime Minister David Cameron that money would be better spent on education.
That him did say.
Okay, so that is what that's all I wanted to find out, you know.
Yeah, but we don't tell you. All right, brother. All right. So you say you want to find it out, but what me I tell you again? Right here where people are listening. When me do me take it up and me show you the day 2015. I mean,
understand all that.
Yes.
You have to go back over that again.
All right. That means that means
I was just asking when did Cameron came here and who said that, and Rattigan just said it a while ago. You just said it's an argument then.
But you see how stupid they are.
Yes.
You see how stupid they are. They might get money, you know. Oh, and that, guess what? It was just a prison. It was part of a bigger deal, you know.
Yeah.
It was part of a bigger infrastructure deal because which I never did. It we go back and read the rest of it. Which part them said? I think over this, let me see. It's better. 5 billion would only be 40% of the cost. Jamaica. All right. What I'm doing is that, and the need and talk to people with commands. That commodity is in short supply with a lot of people. I would have sit down with the British government and try to negotiate better terms, security concerns, nationals, not even security concerns. They want to talk about what happened. It happened anyway because the British just say, you know what, charter 2 plane there and just send all of them go back to Jamaica. And
hold on, got it. So when them come, them carry them up our park camp, them remember them up in ups and them thing there. And one thing with me, you know, me keep my archive them when I just got to something, and if me not go tweet me drive back. And them let you, some of them they even have place to live. Some of them them family live a foreign, nobody know they are for them. And some people that fear go to me and say, look, you know, see? And then you hear Ellen kick up and bumpers. No, that never wise to Andrew. Me tell you, say, you have, when you're in opposition, you have to have good opposition, or some opposition just jump on, and just oppose your oppose.
You know what? No.
You understand?
You know what? No. You know what? No.
Yes.
We just don't give Mark talking point because Mark can now bring this tonight and say, why is it that on refuses giving no reasons why, but no jump in a private partnership? No.
We get one bill.
Yeah. Why we never do it that way? Yeah. Why?
And then if you're gonna use the word and say them not do no crime, but you still. After you let them out, you let them on the street here, and them have nowhere to go and then place a pop down and
exactly.
So you have
short-sightedness.
Yeah.
And you know what happened? Sorry to interrupt, Jeffrey. You know what happened? When it happened, you know, I remember talking to a friend of mine who was in the foreign ministry. And I said to him, say, you know, from here in England, you know me though? me empty my prison with all Jamaicans and put them on a flight and send them home. And that's exactly what the Brits did. And Jamaican have nothing for show feet. Nothing.
You know something? And that is why we must ask the question of the Prime Minister of this country. When you got the offer from the British government to build the prison, you turn it down. Where is this money coming from now to build this prison when KPH need help? You said you have a $1 trillion budget. Is it that $2 billion is going towards KPH? Or $4 billion is going towards health sector?
No, it'll be more than that,
Jeffrey. Build a prison for free.
Jeffrey, it'll be more than that. Western, them tell us it up from 5 points
no,
up to
I'm
10
not saying,
yeah,
I'm not saying something.
So, yeah, so them are do more than that. And by the way, somebody just said them are correct me now. Say when we say upper camp, them say not upper camp when it's mobile police headquarters. Mobile police headquarters in a camp, yeah.
Yeah.
Upper camp up the same way. Upper camp there.
Don't give Mark another time. No. When he in the opposition, he said, no, that money will not come try build prison. It would be it would be education. I want to education. I want to education. Want to education.
It popped down.
Want to education.
It popped down.
See there? He never said him coming out. I never said we can use the money to do something better in Jamaica. Him said so education.
And next thing again, we never have no government private partner. You get the thing. You say make them still have to come home anyway.
Right. Them still have come home.
Them still have come home anyway, but you like get a prison. Them
right.
And you get money. Because you remember them can't sell them in the dungeon, in a human rate. So them have build a brand new spanking with everything. Bathroom. Them have
state of the art.
Them have monitor it. This
state of the art prison.
So when them come down and them finish, you let them go. You say, oh, them never, but them still come home. You're interpreting up there, so.
Me I tell you, say, if me still don't run a table there, them must say 40%, them would have used, them would have get for building prison, and them would have for maintain. But if me supremely confident in my abilities, that if me still don't run that table there, if me still don't run that table there, and I decide the deal on the table, we get a better deal. And the prison would have built right now, and it will create jobs.
Who knows?
Right?
Who knows? Maybe they don't build 2 prisons. Because what we have now is an old deal from the 18th century.
Right. When we do negotiate with them and say, all right, build a prison, but then do one where we have rehabilitate a prison at all. Right?
Them that do it.
Them that do it.
Them come and look on them that just fix it up for you, you know. And then the government to make a money. No, you're going in we have to find our taxpayers' money and then going with a private man. Where you have to get back his money. And then you say, the government is not the government. The private man have to get back his money. He have to make a money on it. I'm investment. See?
Oh boy.
You see them talk and talk backward. Somebody still push on. All right, so this the whole camp where you say mobile reserve and thing, them go part it with a fence, but them just call it mobile reserve, but at the whole of the camp land, even the hospital and the stadium.
Down to the
JDF land.
Yeah.
So, that me I tell you again, let me just come back here again. Even Nannyville, they just cut it off. And then so when you see the hospital, them just say, okay, boom, boom. Because it was the hospital, it was a real man. So me got explain to you again.
And also Will, let them know. Say it's because of politics why Nannyville get all the property.
Yes, yeah, man. So maybe just topic yet, don't it? Me working there now. Me run the road and them things.
Then who own the JDF? Government?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless up, sir.
Bless up. You know, me they are listening to this thing and me I watch it from yesterday. And this is my probably a stupid input, but watch me now. all I want to write, you know. And the concern with me have, and I think the same concern everybody on the panel have, and forgive me for not saying good evening to everybody. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
But what we know here, the problem with all that we have with this, where we are asked that question, is given the corruption with this freaking government. When something like this come up, it is a red flag. We are all wondering, there has to be some hanky-panky with this. And you can't blame nobody, no Jamaica, nobody at all if they question that deal. Basically, my brother, the whole of them on their performance, them track record, just tell you so you have to question this and be negative with your thoughts about it. You see me? I just my little input that we don't know what I think about it, but
all right.
I honestly feel sad that.
Me put the next caller, you caller. All right, sir.
Respect, man, respect.
Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Want
What,
that?
my brother?
I'm here. I'm up on my live, yeah. So, me soon call you back. Hold on. Yes, sir. Yes, caller.
Yes. Whether or not Britain was sending deportees in droves to Jamaica, the fact is that prison in Jamaica was needed one because so most important right now, but hardly room to defecate or it won't happen again. The British
And them out of the pocket, the little time when them have left, them also make them finish it in a proper prison. And it's coming like them still there Britain, because them have set it up that way there. But you are going to have the prison.
And Mr. Rattigan just pointed out
yes.
that the Britons can send them out in droves
of course
anytime they want. And they wouldn't have spent that money to build the prison because the government at the time refused it. So we are at a massive loss. And remember, that will never happen again because right now Britain is in a recession. So they will not ever propose such a project ever again. It's gone. That is a missed opportunity.
Yes.
And I mean, the prison conditions in Jamaica is very bad, you know.
Dungeon.
It's so easy for you. For prisoners to study. It's unsafe. Sharp implements being taken in. They don't have anywhere to rest their heads. They have to use cardboard. And they have to use bucket to pass their feces. It's very bad. I mean, human rights international groups, man, should come down and flag Jamaica because it's very bad in the prisons right now. Or the holding areas. So virtually have none that is functional.
So tell me something now. If them just allow the British to come build that, me know say them that look. We don't get more than one, you know. Because they're not going to pack it up with that unless they build a super prison, well big and well this. You understand? But we can't go in 1,000 or 2,000. Our prison, they're not supposed to hold more than like 600, you know. Or less, you know. And it's a whole lot of 1,000, you know. None of them, none of them done drilling a bill for 1,000. None.
The spaces that are built for like 100, you have 2,000 people occupying it right now.
All right.
1,000 plus.
That inhumane.
So it's yes, inhumane.
Yes.
And it's a very bad thing that the government refused it at the time. I mean, there's no explanation for that because there is no doubt that there is rampant criminality in Jamaica, and there's always going to be the need to put people in custody.
And you know,
in this country, we have one of the highest murder rate per capita.
And you know what Earth will...
Acceleration of deportees coming from Great Britain. Here locally, our situation is enough that we desire those prisons to keep bad guys. Killers that are in Jamaica, they kill like ants and flies. They don't value to human. Being nice. They kill every day. So we need the prisons. And at the time we need to keep them safely while they are inside.
Yeah. No rehabilitation. Some of them where you know come out and them going to go learn at university and with more links. And them know that. But them reject everything. Them you see sometimes you don't have post, you just oppose, you know, brother. Everything about people and party and think about people, man. But another them depend them just want like it just a win is just a win. I just score a point. That's why I say when we hear them I say
when David Cameron came and addressed the parliament,
yes.
A lot of prominent people were saying they are slave masters and they want to perpetuate slavery and all that kind of thing. But
yes,
that was madness. That was total madness. So right away there was a stigma.
Yeah.
But there is a stigma surrounding the offer
yes.
that David Cameron gave. And a matter of fact, they even went and wrote articles in the local papers to say David Cameron is a descendant of slave
master. Yes, that's true too.
You know?
Yeah, right.
But that was just a stigma.
It's a stigma because you see people run with stigma, you know, brother. You know that, you know. But me, you know, me like you see, sometimes I like sit down and me detox some of them brain where, you know, me know.
It turned out now that David Cameron will be one of the most prime minister in the history of the British government because nobody else made such a proposal. All
right, but hear this now. Even in a film referendum where him say he make a step down, you know. When Boris Johnson tell the people them like 300 million, like them has a 300 million every day, spend the national health system after spend a money there on the continent and last. Now when the people them when they pull out at the thing there over there,
Brexit
zone. Then one bag of people call me and say the worst thing is happened to me. We are bad and now we can't carry in things and this man, see them, he just get kick out and take them follow him.
Yes, I just heard it on the program. Someone mentioned that the government is going to build a new prison now. Where is that money going to come from?
From private. Build up with private. They were
$5.5 billion turned away when our country is the murder capital of the world. Can you imagine?
Sure.
Remember, you know?
I think may I?
all local criminals could occupy the same place that the UK government offers. It wouldn't only be deportees, it would absorb local criminals too.
That is it. And save you a lot of money.
So it would be a win-win and their lives would be more safer. And the rehabilitation programs and modernization in the prison system for sure. Yes. All of that is gone.
All right, Jeffrey, I said something to you. Jeffrey.
You know, so I think because a prominent politician who is still in parliament, but he has gone to parliament, he has been to parliament in a long while because he's sick. He was the one who was pushing for reparation. And they have it in the back of their head that Cameron family was a part of the slave trade in Jamaica.
Yeah,
so
in one. In very small Carindon, yes,
right.
Yes.
And I believe that helped say, you know what, we're not accept no deal from them. The ignorance of them.
Because in that's a reference, in same one where and do so much thing and then at
no. Let me show you something. You know, me just want to say something there. No, man in the wilderness.
Yes.
You said it before, and you say it often that this prime minister, you say, is the lightest person on planet Earth.
Yes.
And I view it with some kind of skepticism. I'm gonna say, well, maybe it's sensational or whatever. But I'm going to read you something.
Yeah, man.
Listen to this. In January, right? In January 13 of 2017, right? It says here that the Andrew Holness administration rejected the $5.5 billion offer to help build a modern prison in Jamaica. And it says that the Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister made the announcement, and she said the terms of the offer were not beneficial to Jamaica as a whole. She never said what the terms were. And then when she was asked questions about it, she said the matter closed at this time. And so we're not going to go forward with this deal. That's 2017. 2020 minister said that it was the PNP who rejected the offer. And well, I know. And she said Holness was being honest when he said that. 2017, they come out and said they said we're rejecting it because the terms are not beneficial, and we're not going to tell you why because it's national security, blah blah blah. 2020. The Prime Minister said, no, it was the PNP who rejected it.
2017 and 2020.
Yes.
2020, he was opposition leader then, that's all?
No, 2020. No, remember he won the election in 2016.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Right.
Yes.
It says right here. Yes. It says right here. So they rejected it in 2017, and 3 years later,
him said that.
The PNP rejected it.
Hold on, brother. No, that. You remember, so this is the same Prime Minister where say, he put in legislation for impeachment. And then when he asks, it's a different
manifesto. It's a different manifesto.
So remember him lying and him terrible.
No, you can look it up. The headline is PM: PNP killed UK prisoner, and it's dated Monday, June 8, 2020. But the headline. So you can compare the two headlines. January 2017.
2017 come before 2015, 2017 come before 2020.
Exactly. And it says right here.
He says something, but what me tell you with him, Same like how him say him live in a 1 room and then 2 room. Him forgot what him say sometime, you know. So, but everything documented and put there. It is there. So him, like we go do fact checking, and that you use and hold him all the time. So I said them all you need for you're not chatting, you just
I think
back for the file then.
I think we need to send this to Mark Golding.
Then look at this. Look at the way him saying now. Him saying in 2017, him said that they don't want that deal because the money would be better spent on education. So we don't want the deal.
Yeah.
And then 2020, him come back now and say, oh, no, it wasn't me. It was the PNP who killed the deal.
I mean, look, it's better to get something than nothing.
Yeah.
There you go.
The necessity exists for a prison. So whether or not UK wants to give you education or give you a prison, take what they offer because they don't have to.
What they'll say is that the money only amounted to like 40%. That's what they'll say.
It is necessary to have a mother in prison. And when they reached, it was about sensationalism, about the slavery thing and any government.
There you go.
The gentleman from down in the Caribbean and top of yeah, sometimes when them do them, I'm going to tell you something too. I'm going to tell my people them, yeah, so right now, we have to hear this.
Yeah.
You see, although we there, and I say, what people them come from Africa, just like Africa, and we're born out, some of them people, I said, them on a slave master, so some of them have a great grandfather though. That's why we look so. So we want blood we have on out. That's why we have the name. So not like we diluted. And a joke.
None of the parliamentarians can convince me about racism because I can tell you.
Yeah.
On a Friday evening or Saturday evening when the big functions are keeping, majority of the people there are white Jamaicans.
That is it.
Let me tell you that, my dear. Sir, or madam, or whoever you call it. That's true.
Politicians. Yeah, Jamaican white people are brown people.
Yeah. But some of we even like Obama. Some of we even look dark skin. You see, I remember, the man them used to rape the woman, them and what them used to have what them call them, a malata, them call them free slave. So you find free slave and them go school and what have you. What you think? So some of the people them were up on us, so them come from the, believe me, we run it and say for your great grandfather, great grandfather. And your mother was a slave woman there, so what and a joke. So yeah, part of them are come from, part of your blood are come from them same one where the slave massacre. I remember them did have the slave woman them as object, You understand?
Yes.
Believe it or not, a reality. A just reality. You see me I say?
In Jamaica,
yeah.
accepted the UK prison deal, it would have improved national security instead of being risk to national security.
Because they right now they want to just sell signal where the prison is in Jamaica, and they can't jam it because they jam other people. When them they go ahead wage of whatever.
No, but hear this. But all them the ability with system. So you catch who up on the outside because every man can get a call.
Yes.
It have no phone now go in there. It have everything for watch you, you know.
Right.
It have a camera, everything in it. So you forget to talk about when you recorded conversation.
Right.
So you record, you know, if you depend out on someone more, you kill this. Them gonna pick up who outside and then you gonna get charged.
Yeah.
So you can't run put it. So but them a forget them call. Them a human being same way.
No,
But it's better for you.
it's not me who said it in a way. They're the one who said that they can't jam the signal.
Voilà.
Jamaica. So you can multiply 0.5 billion.
All right, one on the caller.
16.5 billion we need now to build 3 prisons because I can tell you,
Yeah,
the murderers in Jamaica,
yeah.
they are multiplying at a rapid rate. That man, you don't see dead bodies in the streets, left, right, and center. It
Wow.
is so bad. These guys
Oh,
are
by the
killing
way, Jeffrey, I said something.
like water.
By the way, Jeffrey, I said something now, but let me just appeal to something very good.
You send it to me also.
Eh?
You send it to me.
The one where make appeal to for the blood?
Oh no, I thought it was the
No, the blood.
the gas station operator that they gone down in man somewhere today.
Yeah, me send that to you, but them appeal for some blood for the police where them shoot. I think the inspector them appeal for some blood in a center.
What I was saying though, I remember at one point they were saying that because of so many cellular phones going to the prison and they send they're sending out contract to kill off people, they wanted to jam the cell signal around the prison. But when they started doing it, people who lives around the area wouldn't get no service at all, nothing.
Good. But Jeffrey, let me ask again. I may ask the government this. I said to Jeffrey, but may ask the government this. So if you static, if me and you are ratting and me get cell phone in the first place, cameras, them and everything, you know, and the record and everything, and you have it more than one place, right? Like come in have bring and me can there anywhere and watch. One of the security guys, them push one of the warden, then them for run prisoner too. But so you're not supposed to say jam and spend a bag of money when I walk and these things innocent and everything.
But Wayne, right? No, Wayne.
Yeah, the year 5,000. And you know lock them up. But you want to spend millions to jam thing. Jamaica government, them have it.
But you know something, Wayne?
Yes.
If an earthquake right now should shake Jamaica good enough. That prison collapsing.
Of course.
Yes, man.
Of course.
They are no good, man. Tower Street and our old facilities. They're hot.
Yes.
They're inhumane. There's no proper facilities for human beings to
Right.
live.
And not only that,
And I
also, right now, as we speak, there's nearly over nearly 100 to 200 prisoners in jail in Jamaica who has never been charged for nothing.
More than that.
There's a languishing away in the prisons.
Them lost in the system.
Yeah,
Last.
we don't have a proper Jamaicans for justice anymore. I remember when Dr. Carlin Holmes was there,
Then
he
too
was
political now.
to highlight all those issues. No, we don't have any lobbyist group to deal with these matters.
Okay.
They are
Let me jump in on the phone thing there. Yeah. You
When
see the
to
phone
that-
thing when I talk about, you see the phone thing?
Yes.
It's easy, not easy. They have
Easy.
technology that you can actually identify with a phone. So if the man them have the phone in a prison, you can actually have technology where can take you right to where the phone. The missing technology. Right to where the phone. And then you have technology where you can jam the phone
Yes.
in just the prison alone, not the neighbor or the wrong equipment and bring out.
All right. But Ratty, what me that said to you though, if them put in remember them that want to do it, you know, the wall of the man, them when them are going to the prison, them have to wear by the camera. Soon. And then you put in the cameras there in the prison where you are coming in and then we put in
So we're not camera in the prison.
search. And you put in
When they start boring the hole in the wall, you know, the whole wall crumbling down, they can't put camera.
No, that's what they remember you are going to work and you have to get search. And them have camera right there and everything. Now put them, go inside there so with them because them are inside, you know. They have the water them. So when them have to pass through, you have to put the thing, them and put the right thing, and them have to get search go in. See, I'll do the water.
You figure
So
them
like
just
any
find
other prison.
if my that
Yeah.
tunnel
Yeah,
out
man.
right?
Yeah, man. Can them have something man, under there, you know?
Some old.
In closing, you see,
Yes.
the crime situation in Jamaica can only get worse. The
Whoa.
figures, the murder rates, they continue to multiply because there is nothing crime. Tell me one program now that the government has implemented
To catch you youth them before anything and deter them.
to reduce criminal activities apart from SOE, which is unconstitutional. There is
Nothing.
one program right now that the government has in place
Nothing, sir.
to curtail this monster of criminality and murder in particular.
Yes.
Nothing, so that it only can get worse by the hour, by the day, by the month, and by the year. I'm telling you, this country is just blood and blood every day. And guess what? Government has power, government has resources to deal with this matter, you know, to save people's lives. And they don't care.
All right.
They're not doing anything just to save lives. It's all about who loyal to who, like how the commissioner is loyal to the prime minister and so on, and they keep the status quo going instead of having a genuine interest to save people's lives. These people are playing with people's lives.
Simple.
You know.
Done with that. Anyway, we're running now, so we'll do the closing, yeah? Yes, brother.
You know something, Ratty?
All right, brother, later.
You know something? Ratty and I'm Wayne.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is why, and viewers and whosoever listening, that is why Wayne Lonesome decided to do a lawsuit against Twiddly Dum Dum.
Of course.
Jamaica is in a crisis that is out of proportion. If I'm not making any sense. And when I said that, I said it's because you know why? The Commissioner of Police, along with the Minister of National Security and Injustice, come out with crime stats and saying crime is going down. How many people murdered since the start of since the start of March then? Forget about January and February. Since the start of March.
Enough people, man. Tell us something.
Okay? And in any other modern democracy, the Prime Minister or the Minister of National Security address the nation and nobody does it. Because what? They don't give a flying kahuna. And this SOE that they're having, that we need to investigate it. Who is... Now hold on for me.
Enough money, billions. All right. You see the money lose it, I lose it. All right. You see them could use them money then at SO. You them do it. No, them not forgive no account how them spend it. Them can't come and say we spend 20 billion from them to SOE, 30 billion. Them not have to break it down. So that's why them doing these things. Them are rob money.
And also Wayne, Rattigan said something the other day, you know.
Yes.
Is it starting that donor funds come through again, Mr. Rattigan?
No. PIOJ.
PIOJ?
PIOJ.
No.
No. It come from, hold on a second. I have it right here, Mark. Yeah, PIOJ, Planning Institute of Jamaica.
They need to tell the people of Jamaica how many donor funds coming under this administration and how it is being spent.
I agree. I agree.
Because the fact of the matter is, it's been stifled enough and nobody says nothing about it. And the time has come for us in this country to call a spade a spade. They need to tell the people of this country, where's the money going?
But we don't see it spending at the right. We are not at all. Remember, you know. All right, let me get money. Come we see what time I run. Can marathon with us too. But remember, them get the Prime Minister, you get 31 million US from the Vice President and attach youth and them thing. The way do the money. 31 million US and nearly $5 billion, you know. A $4.5 billion that, you know. 31 million US, a $4.5 billion Jamaican
And also, where is the money?